that, she is very popular. But hopefully we'll get some people in here this morning. Today I want to talk about loving God, hates rainbow love, but is cool with slavery. Why? Why is a loving God hateful of the LGBTQIA, but is cool with slavery? That's my question this morning. Yeah, you'll have to tell me. I want to know. I really love it. It's one of my favorites. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the likes. I saw Schley pop in. Hi, Fiery Rose. How are you today? Good to see you. So hopefully we get some conversations with Christians today. I'm hoping.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm doing good. I'm just obviously a little slow this morning getting ready and stuff. I was listening to Christina Carroll, and then I get a little behind. It was good conversations in there. Well, they were funny conversations. I'm sure the people who were having them, like Mac Lester and Lords and Fee and stuff, were like, this isn't a good conversation. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I love Christina's lives. They're so good.
Oh my God. They're so good. I have her crew coming on in September. Mac Lester, Fee, and Lords are going to do a Decon Q&A with me.
How my goodness. Huh? That's so fun. Is it going to be a daytime live?
Let me look. I don't remember now.
Oh, we can talk about it later. I can look at your schedule. But yeah, I hope I don't have to miss it because I'm going to be in school. But that's going to be really good.
3 p.m. Pacific time. So that's 6 p.m. your time on the September 2nd. I do have to change something. I have an update on my Decon Q&A with CrystalJae. I will be live with Joel Reed's Bible on Sunday, so I'm really excited.
Oh, this Sunday?
Yes.
Aw, that's so fun.
Right after Ass, we're going to be live. So.
Everybody's got to get their ass in first.
Yeah, you got to get your ass in first, and then you can come and talk with Joel and ask him all your questions. And I love it that it's going to be just a one-on-one with Joel this time.
Oh, yeah.
Because the last time I did it with Joel and Mezzo. And I don't think Mezzo and I are going to be able to work out what I wanted to do, but I think I have an idea for something that he and I can do. And I'm going to talk to him about it a little bit later, because it's hard for him to get 3 hours away, from his family and stuff without taking away from his shows that he already does. And I don't want to do that. So, yay, I'm so glad. I hope you guys do watch, and you have to come up or ask questions in the chat, be interactive. It's very important that we are interactive. You guys make sure that you're tapping the screen, sharing out the live, send some roses, some heart me's, do all the good stuff. Why are people saying that we're not going to be able to say that after the 15th or something? Do you know? Have you heard that?
Say what? What do you mean?
For some reason, people are saying we're not going to be able to ask for gifts or anything like that. But I thought that we were, as long as we weren't threatening. You can't. Okay, let me. My gift goal. I will. Oh, I can't pin it now. Let me change it.
That's weird, because how are all those creators that do the battles gonna do battles then, right?
I don't know. It's so weird, but I don't think that it's true that you can't see it. I think they don't want you threatening things like, I'm going to turn off the chat if you don't gift me and stuff like that. I think that's really what they're going for. But I think people think they're not allowed to say it anymore at all. And I don't think that that is absolutely true. Can you guys do crowns? I think you can do crowns. Can you guys see that? Okay, hopefully we can. Remember, my heart goals is 100,000, and if we reach our gift goal, we're gonna go live an extra hour today. Right now, we're gonna be live for 3 hours. Even if Schley and I just hang out and talk all day. And I have my sign up. Ooh, thank you so much to remind me, so that, you know, if I'm starting to get a little heated, I have it right above my phone to stay calm. So I'm gonna do my best. So to stay calm, stay cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we will see how calm I stay today.
I was sharing the live in the Discord, so hopefully
thank you.
We can get some people in. Yeah. Yes, stay calm. Just deep breath. Deep breathes.
Yes.
Breath, whatever.
Yes.
Hi, zombified hero. Welcome in. Hi, Granazana.
But the reason I want to talk about this today is because, to me, it's obvious, right? Like, how can a God be considered all-loving, but he is not okay with loving relationships just because those relationships are of the same sex? But he is okay with slavery. How does that sit in somebody's mind? How do they not see the cognitive dissonance in that? That's what I want to talk about today, because I can't wrap my head around that. How can a God not be unloving? You think that all gods are unloving? My full-time adventures, is that what you think? That all gods are unloving? Or do you even believe in a God? And you just are saying that. The Bible talks about trans and sleeping with the brothers and brothers' wives. I know that the Bible talks about eunuchs, but I don't remember it talking about trans people specifically. Good morning, Tommy J. Twin. What's up? How are you? You mean eunuchs? Yes, it does talk about eunuchs. It actually says that it's better that you were a eunuch. So there is that. There is that.
Well, and Crystal, part of this too is like Jesus himself said, by his fruits you shall know them, or by their fruits you shall know them. So what is producing better, if you want to say fruit, like two people loving each other freely, or treating people like property? Like, hello?
Yeah. I don't believe that Jesus loves everybody either. I really don't.
Right.
I believe that he loved the Israelites. Thank you, Tommy J. So I don't see that. Good morning, Real. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 21.
All right. And are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk to you if you're not. Like, we're talking to Christians this morning.
No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, so why are you being kind of weird? Why are you going, yeah, and then, yeah, sure. Like, what's going on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, today we're talking about, why does God hate loving LGBTQIA relationships, but he's cool with slavery?
Um, I have no clue.
Oh, so what'd you come up for?
I just wanted to know, like, what is like the purpose of this life?
To talk about why God hates the LGBTQIA community but's cool with slavery.
But is it to like try and change Christians' minds?
It's more to understand where they're coming from and what they're thinking about these things, because these are questions I have, and I just want to try to understand like their ideas and have them see my ideas, like just an interchanging conversation of ideas.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're trying to change like Christians' minds, like that will never happen. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it does, because I was a Christian and somebody changed my mind. So I'm glad that's
somebody was you, CrystalJae. You changed your own mind because we are capable of change and critical thought and being convinced of something that we were previously not convinced of.
I mean, not through a TikTok live, I don't think.
It happens all the time.
It's actually not true, because I actually get letters from people who tell me that I've helped them. So that's not true.
You know, I feel like it's kind of just a lost cause. You know, trying to prove to Christians that their religion has contradictions. Like they've heard all this stuff. You know, they know.
Are you a Christian?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, prove it. Let's talk about the topic.
Prove it. Loving.
Why is your God so hateful?
I don't know. He used to be kind of crazy, but now he's like chill.
In what ways?
Well, you know how in the Old Testament, like he was like tweaking and stuff, but like now he's chill.
You don't even know the Bible, do you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So Jesus is not chill. Jesus came to bring a sword. He did not come to bring peace. Jesus literally calls a woman a dog. He turns over tables in the tabernacle when people were doing literally what the law told them to do. He was not chill. He said that you should hate your own life. And in Revelations, he is covered in blood because he's going to come back and slaughter all the non-believers. That's not chill, real.
That was pretty chill to me.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. You have a good day. I don't think you came up really to have a conversation this morning. I think you came up to tell me that I'll never change anybody's minds. And that's okay. I'm not necessarily going to change the minds of the people I'm talking to, but hopefully while we talk, we'll all learn some things, including people who are in chat. Good morning, Grana.
Good morning. I just came to clarify that you did help change my mind. All of the deconstruction on Facebook. I'm sorry, not Facebook, TikTok. The only place I deconstructed was TikTok.
And I didn't believe anymore until, like when I came to TikTok, but TikTok helped deconstruct a lot of my thoughts. Like I didn't realize that I still had a lot to deconstruct, if that makes sense.
Well, and what I didn't realize is I had been deconstructing because I was still going to church.
Yeah.
But I went to a church that deconstructs a lot, where they do talk about like slavery being in the Bible and how it's wrong, but the Bible doesn't condemn it, and stuff like that. So I'd already been going, and I didn't realize that I pretty much had already deconstructed.
Grana, it's been really neat to see the evolution for you, because it has been this. I remember when you first came around and you kind of had this black and white view, and I know I struggled with that. And to see you lean more into the gray and just have more fun and be expressive, that is just so cool. And we get to see that stuff all the time.
Oh, thank you. So, but I just wanted to clarify, because what he's saying is not true. It can make a difference for people who are willing to actually listen, because a lot of the stuff that I still believed when I started deconstructing on TikTok. Once they pointed it out, I'm like, how could I not have seen that?
Right? The same for me.
What?
Same
How
for
is
me.
it that? Yeah, like this just make like, especially when they were saying that all Christianity is a cult, especially if you go by the definition of a cult. And I'm like, no, I wasn't in a. Oh wait, I was in a cult. I forgot. Even my therapist says that. You know, like,
Well, the thing is that Yahwists and the Israelites were considered a cult. That they're literally called the Yahwist cult and the Israelite cult. So
wow.
for people then to, you guys have a fun, I don't know, ADHD brain.
Yep.
I have a fun little
Definitely.
thing I have to tell you guys while I'm thinking of this cult, okay? I was watching Jaron, Christ Before Jesus, and this guy came up and he said, look up the word Cretan and check out its etymology. And so Jaron did. And its etymology is from the word Christians and Christians. Remember, he talks about
Right.
Christians. So
And that they
Cretan is
weren't Christians, even though people think they were.
So just remember that the etymology for Cretan is a Christian or a Christian. Either one of them. They're both Cretans.
Yep.
I kind of love that.
Me too.
All right, well, I
I
gotta go,
love
but-
that so much. All right, love you,
I gotta go,
Grandma.
but I
Thank
just
you
wanted
for
to make
coming
sure
up.
I said that in case people are listening and they're like,
Thank
should I
you.
keep going? Yes, if you really, really believe, come up too, because if you find out that it solidifies your faith, that's good as well. But I don't think it's going to happen. But try. Go ahead and try.
Well, and to further that point, if they solidify their faith, then maybe they've thought of it in a way that could help us come back to a faith.
There you go. Exactly. Exactly.
Like I would be shocked, and we've made a pact in the Discord that if one of us reconverts, we're going to be slapping each other or something. Which is
All right. Well, have fun. I'll still be listening.
All right. Thanks,
All
Grandma.
right, bye.
Yeah, somebody was like, "Will you please just punch me?" If
I think Rocky meant to say, if we get Jesus wrong, we are going to be deeply embarrassed about it. And if you get Allah wrong, you're going to be deeply embarrassed about that too, right? So if we get any of these gods wrong, we'll be deeply embarrassed about it. The problem is I won't be, because I'm not mocking, Rocky. I'm just talking. Where am I mocking? Why don't you come up and talk to me? I want to have a conversation with Christians. And if you have something valuable to say, I'd love to talk to you about it. No, I'm not trying to be humble. Good morning. Are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I take it you are a Christian.
I am.
Okay, we are talking this morning about why does a loving God hate the LGBTQIA and the love they have for each other, but he's cool with slavery.
Right. Well, a good answer, start of a consideration of an answer would be from me that you have drawn a lot of conclusions based on your own feelings, and there is a possibility that you have a few things wrong. There's a possibility. There sure is a possibility, isn't there? That you might have gotten some things on your own prompt
Rocky,
wrong
why are
there.
you yelling at me?
No,
Why
excuse
are
me.
you
Did you hear?
yelling
Am
at
I speaking Japanese?
Hey,
You
Rob,
might have
Why
got
are
some
you
things.
yelling
Excuse
at
me.
me?
Excuse me. Jesus and souls are on the line. This is not a game. If you
Rocky,
get Jesus
why are
wrong,
you yelling at me?
hey, listen for a sec. We're having a conversation.
mute me again and I'll leave. No problem.
Leave.
There's plenty of-
Bye, Rocky.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. Have a good day. If you're just going to come up and yell, I don't want to have that conversation. I'm here to talk. If you want to talk, look, I'm not going to yell today.
Listen,
I'm not going to yell today.
it's really about having a conversation. We wanted to have a conversation. What's interesting about what he said is that there are things, it's this high stakes, right? There are souls on the line. Well, if that's the case, then have a good conversation. Have a conversation about the topic. Help us to understand rather than just coming up here, being a misogynistic asshole and bulldozing the conversation. Be
Right,
so
like I don't. You're telling me that I'm doing this with my own understanding, and you have the ability to come up and talk to me and explain things to me, but instead, what you wanted to do, I have zero humility, dude. You're the one who yelled at me and wouldn't let me talk and wouldn't let me ask you any questions. But I'm the one. Okay.
The other thing, Crystal, is
No, I'm not bringing you back up if you're going to yell at me. Why would I bring you back up, sir?
This conversation, he's saying they see no possibility in wrong of their own thinking. Rocky, we changed how we thought based on evidence and education. So that's the freedom we have. That's the freedom I have as an atheist. I can decide that I'm convinced of something that I wasn't previously convinced. You are the one that is beholden to a dusty old book full of hate. And you are the one that is not willing to change your perspective. Case in point, you did not come up here to have a conversation with us. You thought you could bulldoze and be an asshole. Why? Because we're women?
What am I going to cost other people, Rocky? You have no proof that anything you're saying is true, and you're assuming that there is some afterlife that I might lead somebody astray from. You might be costing people you might be costing them their salvation in the Muslim religion. What are you talking about? Omni, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm 33. Sorry, did you want me to come up or did you?
I didn't send you an invite. I haven't touched my screen.
Oh,
did you
okay.
get an invite?
I did not. I did not request to come up.
Okay. Well, thank you. Sometimes TikTok does weird things, but we appreciate you being here.
Yeah. You have a good rest of your live stream, Crystal. As
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, let's bring Flacco up. Good morning, Flacco. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
I am.
All right, and are you over 18?
I am.
Okay, so today we're talking about why does a loving God hate the rainbow community who just loves each other, but he's cool with slavery, which obviously seems hateful.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. So,
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, why does a loving God seem to hate the rainbow community, who is a group of people who just loves each other, but he's cool with slavery, which seems so obviously hateful?
Yeah. So when Jesus unalived on the cross, he fulfilled the law. You do understand that, right?
What does fulfill mean?
Fulfill means that he overcame it. Like like the law of any law, basically in Deuteronomy, the Levitical law, right, was fulfilled through Jesus. So the new covenant is they consist of the unaliving of Christ on the cross. He fulfilled all those things, and salvation is to whoever believes. Does that answer your question?
No, not really, because are you saying that when he unalived on the cross, we never have to do anything in the Old Testament again? None of the laws apply anymore?
It's not that they don't apply; they still apply. He just fulfilled them. Like he paid them all in full. Like no man could never lie. No man can never cheat, fulfill it. Like it's always a thought in his mind. And so like the understanding of Levitical law is that we could never fulfill the law. Like we could never somehow keep it perfect.
Well, that's not really true though, because there were people who kept the law perfect, and God said that the law is easy.
Which guy kept it perfectly other than Jesus?
Okay, let me look. Good morning, Mezzo.
I mean, it's.
Hello.
I mean, name a man who's never lied.
Well, keeping the law perfectly doesn't actually mean you never sin, according to
That's the standard.
No, it's not. Actually, the standard is that if you sin, you actually do the sacrifices that were deemed appropriate at the time. So, let's say you did a sin offering because you sinned, then you were considered to have kept the law perfectly, by the way. That's what it means to keep the law perfectly.
That would only subside God's wrath. It wouldn't fulfill it, though. See, when Jesus was unalived on the cross, it propitiated the sin. It satisfied God's wrath. It was even. It was paid for.
Crystal, maybe try Luke 1:6.
Okay, thank you.
In other words, there isn't enough lamb's blood out there or animal unalivings that could fully satisfy God's wrath.
There's a verse in Luke 1:6. It's talking about Zechariah and Elizabeth, the parents of John the Baptist, the cousin of Jesus. Okay?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord.
Yeah, that means that they were keeping Levitical law.
Right.
Yeah, they
You
were
just said nobody did that.
They were sinning, putting sacrifices down, sinning, putting sacrifices down.
It just says they weren't right there.
Yeah, it does actually. I mean, only common sense tells you that human beings, like somebody cuts you off in traffic.
You're just adding that though.
No, like I'm not adding. This is Jesus's words. He says,
which verse
"Have you ever
that
had
they
hate
sinned?
in your heart?"
Sorry, Flacco. Which verse says that Elizabeth and Zechariah were sinning?
Yeah, Jesus's word when he said that the sin is deeper than like an outward action. When it says that you have hate, like have you ever unalived? Like have you ever been a M word? And he says that it goes further. Have you ever had a hate thought towards another man? That's the same thing as the unaliving action.
Yeah, they never did that.
They never did that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They were blameless.
That's false.
And Flacco, then your Bible is lying. Luke is lying. It says both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord. They didn't do anything that you're saying. You're adding all that to the text. And then in Deuteronomy 30:11, it says, surely this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us and get it for us that we may hear it and observe it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross the other side of the sea for us and get it for us so that we may hear it and observe it? No, the word is very near to you. It is in your mouth and in your heart, for you to observe. It is not hard, God said.
It's not hard not to sin?
That's what he's saying.
Are you a sinner?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian.
No, I'm just asking, have you ever done any wrong? Have you missed the mark?
I don't sin because I'm not a Christian. That's a Christian concept.
Well, in a secular concept, have you ever broken a law?
Oh, I'm sure I've broken laws, but that's not a sin because I'm not a Christian.
No, I'm just saying in a secular fashion, have you ever sinned?
Do you not understand that
we
I
don't
can't
have sin.
You
We,
are
we don't
sin.
have sin in our
You are
worldview,
sin.
Becca.
You are
Like
sin.
we don't believe in sin, though, right? So
You don't have to
it's
believe
just
in
not.
it for you to
I
be a
understand.
sinner.
But do you understand that it's just not quite the right question to ask us? I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. I don't think that like I've done things that you would consider a sin, but Zachariah and Elizabeth didn't.
Oh, they were sinners.
It just doesn't say that. So you're adding that to the Bible. And
No, I'm not adding that. I'm
to
using
hell for
common
that.
sense. They were sinners.
If you're not adding it, then just show us where it says it.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing with Job.
What verse is it?
Right. Job was righteous, right? He was righteous person, right?
The verse about Elizabeth and Zachariah is in Job?
No, I'm giving you an example.
He's pivoting.
I'm not pivoting.
You said it. You're not adding it, which means it must be in there. So where does it say it?
I'm telling you you could ask anybody, any Christian Bible believing person, you can say, was Elizabeth a sinner? They'll tell you yes. That's common sense.
Okay.
Okay, you're just adding that though. That's
No,
fine. It's okay to add to that. Well, if you're not adding it, it means it's already there.
John the Baptist was a sinner.
Flacco, listen to what the words were saying though. If you're not adding that, it means it's in there. If it's not in there, if there's no verse that says that, and you're saying it, that's called adding. It's okay to add to the Bible. It's okay to use common sense. It's just there's not a verse that says that. That's your own.
If Elizabeth and Zachariah were quote unquote sinless, they could be put on the cross and be unalived for the sacrifice of our sins. They would be the perfect lamb.
Yeah, that would have been fine.
Atheist.
But they didn't get put up there.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to put anyone up there, but they chose Jesus. They could have done other people. You could put an infant up there, right? Infants don't sin.
Yeah, they do.
Infants sin?
Gross.
Born from sin to sin.
Is the 11th commandment don't suck on pacifiers?
How does a newborn child sin?
Have you met a baby?
Kids? Crystal, do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 children now, Flacco. Yes,
At
I
what age
have
did they
one
start
daughter.
sinning?
How about you? I'm sorry. Not when they were newborns, because
Was it
one,
one?
they,
Oh, no, I get what you mean. I get it.
When was it?
No, I understand. Flacco's just saying that
When did they start lying, cheating, and stealing, Crystal?
But Flacco, what you're saying is just being born of the flesh means you're born in sin, right?
That means that you're a slave to sin.
Yeah, just being born of once you come out of the womb, like exactly like I don't know, maybe like Jesus did.
Jesus was sinless. That's the problem.
But he came out as a human out of a womb, and that means he did a sin.
No,
Just like the babies.
Jesus,
oh man, dang it, you're right. That doesn't make sense. Your world.
Jesus was truly man and truly God at the same time.
you can't be 100% one thing
Well,
and 100% another thing.
I never said
he's
I never said he
100%
was
God.
fully. I said truly.
He's truly God and truly a sinner.
There's a difference there, Crystal. Fully means something else, and truly means something else.
He couldn't have been fully human because he could do
I never
magic
said he was
tricks.
fully human.
Excuse me, Flacco. Why don't you let me ever have a sentence?
Go
Why?
ahead.
I've literally tried several times, and every time I do, you talk over me.
Go
Don't
ahead.
do that. Let's have a conversation, okay?
Go ahead.
Jesus. Okay, I wanna get back to this though. Like, what is your point about that nobody has ever sinned and da 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 da? What does that have to do with the loving God, hating the LGBTQIA, but being okay with slavery? What does any of this have to do with this topic? That's what I want.
Yeah, because there's nobody that's innocent. Like, in other words, like the LGBTQ, they're not just like out there just like loving, right? That's just another sin.
Literally what most of them are exactly doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, what they're doing is an abomination. It's a sin.
But why? Why is that an abomination, but slavery, cool? Why? I want to know why.
Do you just mean the hold, like if two guys are holding hands, that's a sin, or is it only with penetration?
It's thoughts.
Like if they're thinking about holding hands?
Yeah.
Thinking about holding hands with a man is a sin.
Me thinking about unaliving another person is a sin.
What?
What about holding
Same concept.
hands?
Same concept.
Does it say in the Bible, don't hold hands or don't think about holding hands?
Well, are you thinking about doing other things to him?
No, just holding hands.
Yeah, but I mean, the actions.
Maybe making out, like holding hands, and I like making out.
Yeah, that's a sin. That's an abomination.
Where does it say that?
And if you do that, you're an abomination.
Where's the men shouldn't kiss other men verse?
Well, are you gonna lie with them?
No, we just kiss.
Yeah, you're probably gonna lie with them at some point, dude.
No, Flacco, just because you want to hump everything inside doesn't mean that everybody else that has an affectionate feeling towards somebody wants to hump somebody, okay? Let's be realistic.
Yeah, I'm saving myself for a marriage with a woman, but for now, I'm gonna, walk around, hold hands, and make out with some men. Is there a sin there?
Yeah.
What's the sin?
What?
You're acting not in the creator's creation.
What?
I don't think I even care what you because your definition of the word sin is not like, we aren't beholden to sin. We don't believe in sin, but you call love a sin and slavery just culture. And I mean, that's just hypocritical.
Yeah, you don't have to believe that sin exists for you to be a sinner. That's not the standard. You're still a sinner even though you deny it and don't believe that you're a sinner. You're still it doesn't just because I believe that I can fly doesn't mean that I can fly.
Is slavery a sin?
It's pretty simple.
Is owning slaves a sin?
Everything's a sin. Everything's a sin. That's the point.
Praising God is a sin.
Drinking coffee or water. Water is a sin.
Going to church is a sin.
Is your heartbeat a sin?
Well, no, my heartbeat's not a sin.
Think before you talk.
I mean, not literally everything's a sin, but what I'm saying is slavery is a sin. It's an understanding that we are slaves to our sin.
No, I mean like chattel slavery, like owning someone else's property. If I do that, because I do two things in my life, Flacco.
Yeah.
I have some guys who are friends of mine. We hold hands and make out.
Mm-hmm.
We never have sex. We don't even think about it. And then I also own some people. No, I don't. Don't tell me what I think. You're not in my mind.
Flacco, just because you're horny all the time doesn't mean meso is.
Yeah,
I don't
like penis.
that.
Yeah, I just like tongue, not penis. So then I also own some people as slaves who work for me. So is one of those a sin, or are they both sins?
Both of them.
And where does it say this? Like, how do we know what is a sin and what's not a sin?
Sin is missing the mark.
And how do we know what the mark is?
Where's the mark?
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, we know what that means. It's an archery term. But where do we find the mark?
The mark is Christ.
So we don't miss it.
Mark is perfection.
So how do we know what Christ wants if it's not written somewhere to tell us?
It is written somewhere. It's, Jesus is the
Where
word.
is that written?
Jesus is the word, right?
The platitudes are killing me. Jesus is the word.
That's John 1:1. That's John 1:1. In the beginning was the word, and God was the word.
I like John because one of the other things I like to do with my buddies here is, like, after a meal, I'll kind of like take off my outer clothing and just like wrap it around like a towel around my waist. And then I'll just put this water in this bin and I'll wash my friend's feet in it. Just kind of give them a good foot wash. Is that a sin?
I mean, everything you do is a sin.
Okay, well, that's exactly what Jesus does in the book of John, chapter 13. Verse 4, it says, "So he got up from the meal, took off his outer clothing, and wrapped a towel around his waist. After that, he poured water into a basin and began to wash his disciples' feet, drying them with the towel that was wrapped around him." He used the one thing wrapped around him to dry their feet off. He's nude, rubbing the feet of his disciples.
It
Right?
doesn't
So
say that he was nude.
That sounds
That's
hot.
sick.
That sounds
he says he only had a towel on, and then he used that towel to dry their feet off. Whether he's nude or not, fine. They can't
You're
see.
sick, dude.
It's a long towel. I'm reading the Bible. This is Jesus.
You're sick, man.
I'm reading what
Dude,
Jesus
you're-
did. So I didn't miss the mark.
Just because you participate in abominations doesn't mean that you
I
can.
nailed the mark. If we're supposed to be like Jesus, I'm nailing it.
Hell yeah.
You're sick, dude.
I think you should wash more of your friends' feet.
For what?
Just to hit
Because
the mark
Jesus
like Jesus.
did. You want to hit the mark. You said Jesus is the word. And so shouldn't we be like Jesus? Man, he's out there naked washing feet and you're over here talking on TikTok. I
Yeah.
don't think you would be like Jesus.
When you're in line in Judgment Day, you'll have to answer for all this. You know that, right?
What about when you're in line in Judgment Day and you have to answer to Allah? What about then?
Allah? Allah's a false god. He doesn't exist.
Jesus is a false god. He doesn't exist.
Allah is fake, made up. He's an
is
abomination of a thought.
So is Yahweh. So is Jesus.
That's your opinion. You'll
But
find
you
that
still
out.
haven't
You'll
answered
find
the
that.
question. This whole
You'll
time you've
find
been
that-
up
you'll
here, you
find
have
that out
not
one day.
told me, you haven't explained at all why God hates LGBTQIA, which is people just loving each other. But he's cool
Because
with
it's not how he created them to be.
Why is he okay with slavery, Flacco?
Well, slavery was fulfilled in Christ, and all the sins that are out there are fulfilled in Christ. All you have to do is put your faith in Christ. That's all you have to
Slavery
do.
was fulfilled in Christ. What does that even mean?
Yeah, the abomination of one man sleeping with another man is not.
I'm talking about
in the Creator's
slavery,
design.
not
Slavery,
being,
yeah,
not LGBTQIA. Now we're talking about slavery.
right.
How was slavery fulfilled in Christ?
Well, we're all slave. The Bible says we're slaves to sin.
So we were fulfilled in Christ because we're slaves to sin. Is that right?
Well, not you, because you don't put your trust in Jesus, right?
No, but you were.
Yeah, so you're still just an abomination, pal.
Why?
Well, because you hadn't put your trust and faith in Jesus Christ and what he did on the cross.
Is that what God calls the prodigal son, an abomination?
God says that he
I don't think
hates
he
sinners.
does.
Yeah, God says that he
Flacco,
hates sinners.
Oh, so the prodigal son is about a dad who hates his son, but then throws a big party for him when he comes back? That's what the prodigal son is about?
What a great story.
I know,
Yeah.
that is kind of cool.
See, this idea that God is somehow longing and just wanting you to come to him, and that he's just this loving God that wants you to seek. Have you guys not read the Old Testament?
Yeah,
I don't think you have.
true
I
either.
have.
It's very clear that he isn't. Like, Jesus supposedly came to set the captives free, so why didn't he free the slaves? So why would I trust that he would
Liz!
save me from going to this eternal doom and torment when he didn't even do that when he was here?
What do you mean he didn't do that? He
He
did
didn't
that
set
by
the
the
captives
hundreds.
free. He laid it out for how to keep your slaves instead of just saying, "Hey, don't own people."
What are you talking about?
So why would anyone trust that we're going to actually get this eternal, like, heaven or whatever you believe in?
You don't have to. You don't have to trust.
I'm saying, why do you believe that?
Why do I have faith in Christ?
Proven that he doesn't do what he said he was going to do. And the book full of lies. So
where does it? Can you prove to me where he says he hasn't done what he said he's going to do?
Luke 4:18.
He didn't say he doesn't do what he says he's going to do. He just doesn't do what he says he's going to do.
Oh, okay. Can you give me an example, just a clear example, where Jesus said he's going to do something but never did it?
What did you say it was, Luke what?
4:18, that he came to...
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release of the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Is anyone still oppressed or blind?
Yeah, he's not talking about
He hasn't done it yet.
Well, can I respond to that? Yeah, he's not talking about. I mean, have you listened to the Sermon on the Mount where he says those who are poor in spirit will inherit the kingdom of God, right? And so whenever you're poor, he's not talking about if you don't have like some extra dollars in your bank account or if you can't physically see. He's talking about spiritually being poor and not having him or not being able to spiritually see him. That's what he's talking about.
The words don't say that.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. You add spiritual in there. What about the verse where it says, why are you talking like that, Flacco? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you having a mental problem? Why are you talking like
this? This is just how my
why are
voice
you doing
is.
that?
Don't be threatened by it. This is just how my voice is.
I'm not
it's a little unfair, Flacco, because when I read the verse about washing feet, I was like, so he was just in a towel when he was nude, and you were like, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say nude. And I was like, well, I implied that because of the text. And you were saying, I'm not allowed to do that. But now you're doing that with every other voice. No, it's not the words. It means what I want it to mean. Well, I want it to mean that Jesus was ass naked with his buddies, right? So, whatever.
So you could somehow fulfill your LGBTQ.
Yeah, I use this for a fantasy for sure. So, if we're allowed to just add whatever we want to it, then I can read every.
Go ahead.
Okay, then this verse means that Jesus hasn't done shit. So you have to, and you think it means something
you don't
else.
have to answer for this.
So we have different. I know, and we'll do that. But for today, since today's not Judgment Day, how are we going to interpret this? We can't just both be making it up. Let's look at the actual words without adding or taking anything away from it, and see what they say.
Yeah, if you want to interpret that part of Scripture as that Jesus had like a gay fetish and he was naked and all that, you go right ahead, man. But I'm not participating.
It's not gay to wash your friend's feet.
You're sick, dude.
Oh my God!
That he used the towel.
Are you saying
was naked under there? What?
Are you saying?
Why are you talking about? Why are you having this fantasy of like a naked man?
Because it's hot.
It's an abomination.
Are you saying?
Hang on. Let Mezzo ask his question.
Are you saying it is always gay for a man to wash another man's feet?
You're an abomination, dude.
Yes or no?
Flacco, answer the question. Is it gay to wash somebody's feet?
In the in the sense that Mezzo is talking about, yeah, it's absolutely.
Just to add all. Is it okay to wash your friend's feet or not?
In the way that Mezzo's described,
in any way, in every single way,
he makes out with his male friends. Yeah, it's pretty.
Flacco, is there a way to wash another man's feet?
I think Flacco's closeted because he's getting really into. He's picturing
there you go.
Mezzo.
There you go.
Do you see how he's doing that? He's like picturing you, Mezzo, naked washing, like probably Joel. He's probably picturing you and Joel naked washing each other's feet, and he's liking it. And that's why he can't get past that.
Flacco, Jesus did this. It's in the Bible. So if you're saying that there's not a way to do this...
Mezzo, do you make out with men?
No, I don't really.
Yeah, you do.
I'm married to him. I'm just saying, if you look the words in the Bible, right here, it says very clearly, Jesus washed another man's feet. Okay? You can look at the words as you come across here. It's just what it says. Oh shit, Joel's here.
Crooked.
It's nothing I haven't seen before, but I just want to know why.
Toes, man.
I just want to know why my name is brought up every time you guys talk about that passage where Jesus was sucking off his disciples. I just don't know why my name always has to be brought up.
Because you're hot. Because you're hot.
I guess that makes sense. So what is the actual argument that Flaky is trying to not answer because he's a coward?
I haven't figured it out yet. Somehow Jesus fulfilled all of the law, which means that being gay is still bad, and slavery is, I don't even know. He hasn't really addressed slavery. I think it's okay if you're in bondage to your gay best friend. I think. I don't know.
I'll clear it up for you, Joe. Joe, do you think that being gay is wrong?
Joel.
No.
His name's Joel.
Joel?
No.
Joel, do you denounce LGBTQ?
No.
Joe, do you participate in LGBTQ?
This can't. By the way, this can't be the debate that was going on because I wasn't here before. So, like, do
you participate in LGBTQ activities?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Well, hold on.
Parade.
Let's. Like, I have like male best friends that I'll hug. Like, I've kissed my male best friend on the cheek a number of times. So, like, I don't know if you would consider that LGBTQ. I don't think of it as a sexual thing.
Well, he said for me because I use tongue when I kiss my buddies.
Yeah, okay.
That is, but if you're just doing the cheek, I think.
You down with that, Joe?
I'm fine with that. I've never done that.
You okay with that stuff, pal?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Like, I'm okay with other people doing that. I haven't done that, and I don't know that I would enjoy kissing a man with tongue personally. Mez was asked, and like, I've been shy about it. But like, what is the problem here?
No, what I'm saying is that if you're okay with all that, that's fine. It's just an abomination.
Why is that an abomination, but slavery is okay? You still haven't answered that. You haven't given a reason why.
Slavery is not okay. I don't advocate for slavery.
Oh, that's where the confusion is. Yeah. So Flacco, you didn't realize this, but in the Bible,
no,
God
I do realize that. I've read it before.
You can do slavery.
Right. I know. I understand that. I've read it before. Completely understand it.
Then why aren't you answering the question?
About what? I've answered every single one of your questions.
Oh my
Why?
God.
How's it? Did God say it's okay to do an abomination?
No. What I'm saying is that even though you don't understand that we're sinners, right? When you get a whole bunch of sinners, right? Like, and you have to somehow cultivate a society with sinners, right? Degenerates, people that sin, people that cheat, steal, lie, all kinds of things, right? This is what this society brings. It's evil. Slavery, owning other people.
So it's super evil. I'm with you. Do you think God said it's okay?
Homosexuality, all that stuff.
Flacco, your list is great, but like, did God say it's okay to do an evil thing in Leviticus?
No, I mean, like, divorce.
I think you should read the verse, Crystal. He's trying to change. Don't change topics. We're talking about.
I'm not changing topics. I'm saying, why is divorce allowed?
Slavery?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty up there.
You're the dumbest person I've ever spoken to in my entire life. You're a puddle. You have nothing to offer. You're just like a puddle of goo. Divorce is slavery? What are you saying?
Sins are all equal in the sense that you're missing the mark.
Can I ask you a question, Flaky? Do you think thanks. Do you think it's wrong to cut the skin off of a baby's penis, like the foreskin? Do you think it's wrong when they're a baby to slice into their flesh and remove some of their skin?
No.
Why not?
Well, it's like...
It's genital mutilation, right?
No, it's not genital mutilation. It's... In a sense, like, they do it for hygiene reasons and other reasons. So...
Well, it's unnecessary, right? So it is genital mutilation by definition.
Do you have kids, Joe?
No, but why do you not...
Then why the hell do you care, Joe?
Why do you
His
not?
name is Joel. And listen, Faco, why shouldn't he care? Maybe he wants to have kids someday. Faco, have
Well,
you
then
thought
don't do it
about?
to your kids, pal. Like,
No, but
simple
the
as
thing is,
that. What the hell are you
okay,
talking about?
let me try to get a like. So they do this to women in some places, in some cultures. Do you
Don't go
think
to
it's
that
wrong when they
place.
do it? Do you think it's wrong when they do it to women?
As far as what?
Genital mutilation.
I don't. I mean, I'd have to look into what you're specifically talking about. I'm not going to answer your question. I don't know what
They
you're
cut parts
talking
off
about.
of a woman's vagina.
So that she can't have an orgasm.
I
Because
mean,
God forbid she have pleasure too.
I don't know why you'd have to
whatever
look this
those
up. Do you
laws
think
are,
in what world could it be
what-
okay to cut
whatever
parts
those
off of a
laws
baby's
are in
vagina?
those governments or with those cultures or whatever, if you want to get into some type of political where you can legislate law there, Joe, if that's what you want to do, go ahead, man.
Yeah, Flaky. What I'm getting at here, this is where
I mean,
this
if you don't
is
like
gonna
that, go be an activist there.
Look, I'll just tell you what it is. So obviously, you are okay with the genital mutilation of little boys because God commands you to do it in the book, right? That's where you go, well, it can't be a sin because God says so in a book. Is that what your position
Joe,
would
did
be?
they do that to you?
Is that what your
Did
position
they
would
do
be,
it to you,
Flaky?
Faco?
Fucko, you're not allowed to ask another guy about his penis. Fucko, you're going to get in trouble with God. It's an abomination to ask another man
Did
about
they
his
mutilate
penis.
you, Joe, and now you
You're
have hard
thinking
feelings
now,
about
now
it?
you're
Flaky.
thinking about his penis. You can't
Flaky,
do
I
that.
have a PayPal in my bio. Okay, send me $500. I'll send you a very beautiful.
Listen,
dick
man,
pic.
take it up with your mom or your dad,
Fully-
whoever.
Hey
fully-
guys,
I-
let's pool our money together. I'm sorry.
Fully aroused.
Listen,
Oh,
Joe.
you guys,
Listen, Joe.
let's do
I,
this.
my advice would be counseling, and then take that up with your mom or your dad.
It's
You
only
know what I mean?
500.
Like,
what can
you
I
know-
get for that? 500,000.
I mean, like, honestly, like, I can't help you with that.
I'm doing
I
it in
can't.
roses.
I don't know if we can get anywhere with you, Flaky. You're not having a honest conversation. Now,
Well, it
if
sounds
you're
like you have like PTSD about somebody mutilating you. I mean, have
Faco,
so-
you
so-
are doing everything but answering the question.
This is interesting.
You will say
So-
anything.
Flaky, what if I have PTSD from someone mutilating me?
I would get counseling.
Yeah, you
I
why are
wouldn't
you
talk
so
about it
in
on
it?
TikTok.
Why don't do you have any empathy for me?
Not really.
Why? Is that because
I don't.
because
That's
Jesus,
not- that's
Jesus
not what-
teaches you
That's
Jesus
not what
teaches
Christians
you
are
to not
called
have
to do. Is empathize
have
for
no
your
empathy.
PTSD.
Yeah. That's why you guys are all pieces of shit and we have to
I
end
mean,
your
fix
goddamn
yourself,
cult.
pal. I mean,
What's that?
fix yourself. Get some counseling. Maybe
How is counseling going to help? Shouldn't we pray?
pray if that makes you feel better.
Is prayer going to help me? Does God exist? Like, this guy's not a Christian. He's a troll.
Figure it out yourself, pal.
He's a piece of shit troll. Flaky, you're
If
gross.
you are a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible, the guest box is open. Faco, we're gonna
Get some
say
help,
goodbye
Joe.
for now.
Get some help,
Get
Joe.
some help yourself, Faco.
Mezzo,
You seem
you're an
to be-
abomination.
What's
Have
the
a good-
abomination
have a good-
for?
have a really
Why
good
is he
day,
an
Faco.
abomination? Do you think that he's an abomination because he holds hands with his friends? Good morning, Joel. Well, it's still kind of morning here. It's almost afternoon. How are you today?
2 p.m. here. I'm fine. I'm a little groggy from last night. I stayed up too late cooking Christians.
Listening to you, good Christians. Hey, while you're here, I want to tell everybody that after Mezzo's Ass on Sunday, Joel and I will be live for Decon Q&A with CrystalJae. So make sure you go to Ass, get some ass first, and then after you get ass, you can come over and watch us.
Wait, Joel, you're doing that without me?
Well, yeah, I feel like since the contract is sort of like in limbo right now, right? We're still under the Bjorn, and we haven't yet our own personal contract hasn't yet come into effect because of the Bjorn case or whatever. We don't even talk about that, but I thought that it would be okay because like again, you as you said, I have the email.
Yeah, we're totally. It's fine. Everyone.
I have the email from your lawyer that says that our personal contract is current.
I was going to do it on my own too. That's fine.
Oh fuck! I knew I shouldn't have said yes. I'm sorry, Crystal. I knew I shouldn't have said. I'll still do it because I committed to you, but I knew I shouldn't have said yes.
Don't worry, Joel. Mezzo and I were in the works to do a show without you two, so don't let him fool you. Okay?
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Hey, you guys, if you're a Christian or believer of the God of the Bible, come on up. We want to know today why loving God hates rainbow love, but is cool with slavery. And so far, we haven't really had an answer to that. We've had an angry Christian come up and yell at us, and then we had Faco, who can't pronounce his L's. So that's what we've had so far.
Do you think that guy was a Christian? I feel like it's. I mean, maybe he's a Christian, but I feel like Christianity isn't like top of his list. I feel like bigotry is. Like bigotry, right wing, probably just like asshole, troll, try to hurt people. Like all of those things are top of the list. And then like maybe he believes in God somewhere in there.
Misogyny.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Christians are Christian in name only. They're Chinos or something. I don't know. Kinos. Okay, but
What?
and the reason they're Kinos because they're Christians in name only, like a rhino, a Republican in name only. Anyway, yeah, they're Kinos because
But what isn't it? What about is it? Are chinos a type of pant?
Those are pants. That's
yeah.
he was trying to say
They're
pants.
chinos. They're not quite pants.
Yeah.
But they are only it because they were born and raised, but they don't even go to church. They don't read their Bible. They just are like, this is what I believe because, yeah, hey, doctor, we're supposed to believe it. And that's it. And then they're just so angry about it. It's just wild to me, you know? Like they don't go to church. They don't read the Bible. They don't even know anything about their religion. They just are because that's what my mom and dad were. If it was good enough for them, it's good enough for me.
I also think that like there's this like subculture of just like pure, like the pure unadulterated toxic masculinity. Like think of the worst version of that, and that's them. And I don't even want to say the name, but have you guys seen the Andrew Wilson videos? That like, have you heard of this guy?
I don't know. I probably have.
He's. Have you heard Schley? Have you heard of him? No.
Mm-mm.
Well, don't look it up. I looked into him because I wanted to kind of learn the other side so that I can like speak because we're getting all these young men who are just like horrible and they're Phil bros and they're just like aggressive and stuff. So I'm like, where is this coming from? So I've been trying to look into that. And this guy is a grape apologist. Like he says disgusting things. And he's on the whatever podcast. You heard of that one? That's just like don't look into it.
Okay, well.
It's all the worst stuff. But Christianity is tied in, but it's like right wing, and then it's just like a place for boys to feel like men, and it's encouraging all these young men to be like the worst type of person, right? And so I think that's where it comes from. So they don't know or care about the religion, but because these heroes of theirs are Christian and right wing, that's where they get all that rhetoric from. So I think that's how it's kind of working because they're kind of popular,
Yeah.
Gross.
And those people don't know their Bibles either. Those kind of people who do those podcasts and shit.
They more
just have this kink for being hateful and ugly.
Yeah,
and it's trained in by what you're talking about. Like they try to appeal to these young kids and teach them these terrible ideas.
Yeah, it's almost more of a political thing, right? So they're like, anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ. They hate all of that in their, country or whatever. They just want heterosexual white males that can control women, and you know what I mean? That's what their goal. That's all they care about. And so if there's someone who's been hearing anything that makes them feel disillusioned as a heterosexual white male, right? Where they're like, oh, everyone cares about everyone else now.
Do you
This
mean
is the place
Andrew
for them.
Tate? Somebody said in the chat, Andrew
Yeah.
Tate.
Andrew Tate is the trafficker, right?
I think so.
Yeah, no, Andrew Tate is like probably adjacent to this. It's Andrew.
Okay.
I think it's Andrew Wilson, and he's just a horrible person. And I think
Andrew Tate.
You said not to, but I'm gonna look it up.
yeah,
That's so
he's
childish.
bad. Like, trigger warning, because there's like some popular clips that are just like not easy to listen to, and it's just him talking. Like, but it's really, really bad rhetoric, and he says horrible things. But I think even Jordan Peterson, as much as he's not as much on the nose as this guy, it's like the funnel, right? Because it's like he's a little Phil Broy, and he's like making it is the whatever podcast, egg rolls, and kind of also be clean your room, be a man and stuff, and it's all funneling to this like, yeah, the worst version of toxic masculinity you can imagine, and that's, I think, what when we get those young boys, and even that flaky guy that was just gross, they feel empowered to be able to be that way. And it's I've watched a bit of it so that I can try to get my head around, like, how do you communicate with someone like this? Like, they're so vile, right? And they're dealing with such, like, they're like taking in such vile rhetoric. It's just like, how do you undermine that? So still thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of that going around on the internet now, whether it's an Andrew Wilson or an Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Why are there so many Andrews that are like that? But Joel, you had some wild guests on your show last night. What in the fuck? Like, it started out very weird.
Yeah, it started weird. It stayed weird. There was a couple pockets of like sunshine, but like, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. It seems like it's always like that. I don't know why. I mean, people are crazy.
It was like at one point you were just like struggling to even allow this guy to stay on the show for one more minute, because by the way, so if I'm not talking in chat but you guys see me in there, I'm not ignoring all you guys in chat. I usually multitask. So I'm sitting there looking at bedroom furniture, and I'm listening to, I don't remember his name, but he was like questioning you first on everything, like he was almost interviewing you, and you were like, what does this have to do with anything? Can we like get back to the topic? And he was like, no, don't drop me, don't drop me.
I think was it the Muslim guy?
I think so,
or
yeah.
something? Yeah.
Yes.
I waited for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I waited for 2 hours and you still haven't said shit.
You're
Imagine.
weird.
And then Mezzo and I trolled him by like asking him a bunch of unrelated questions.
Yes.
Well, if you want to have a
And then
conversation
you go,
about nothing, we
I
can do
wasn't
that.
even recording that. And we were like, dang, no bad Bible debates on that one. Darn it.
No, well, we get it from the I download the TikTok
Oh,
one,
you
but
download
I
the
have my
file,
own
okay.
recording that for my clips. But yeah, no, that one was unusable anyway. But yeah, really silly.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Islam, if you want to come up and talk to us about Islam, you can too. We were talking to Christians today, and we still are. If you're a Christian and you want to come up and talk to us about why your loving God hates the rainbow community, who is about love, let's face it, but he's cool with slavery, come on up. The guest box is open. You guys, thank you for 15,000 likes, but we should be at 25,000 now. There's over 112 of you in the here in the chat. Thank you for the heart me. Don't forget to collect your team points so we can move up in those team rankings. And thanks for being here. Thanks for gifting my panel. Thanks for gifting me. I do have a gift goal this morning. If we reach the gift goal, we'll be live for 4 hours instead of 3. And I am trying to reach 100,000 likes. So if you can help me with that. If you get bored with a guest, we can run a kick poll. You don't have to pay me to get rid of them. We'll just run a kick poll and see if you guys want to get rid of them. Malachi, why don't you come on up? Oh, I can't invite you. Your account must be private. The guest box is open. Shley, what's new with you?
I don't know.
I put you on the spot. Don't do that, Crystal. Thank you. That's funny. I don't know.
Can you hear me? I just got a phone
Emmy,
call.
thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I can hear you now.
I don't know how to put my phone on like do not disturb or something.
My phone is always on do not disturb, and it really bothers Joyful because if you are my friend and you have my phone number, which I don't give my phone number out to a lot of people. I like to stay pretty private. But if you do and you ever call me, I will never pick up. It's just not going to happen, okay? I only pick up to my immediate family. I will call you back, though. I will call you after I see that you have called me, and that drives Joyful crazy. He's like, oh, yeah, she's not going to pick up.
I'm like that. I never pick up my phone, and even if it's my family, and I'll text you back. Like, don't call me.
Yes. Why? Why call? Why is it a phone call? Texting is great.
Want to leave me a little voice message in the iMessage or whatever? Do that. Don't call me. Like, I'm not interested.
Okay, so, but you have to remember, my immediate family are children. They're my children that I bore, that I gave birth to. Of course, for you,
yes, of course.
And so I have to pick it up, or I just seem like a cunt. You know?
Also, if it's an emergency,
it's okay to be a cunt.
I think it's like if you're calling me, if I had kids, I'd be like, guys, call me if it's an emergency. If not, text me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then if the phone rings, it's like I'm answering it because I assume this is an emergency or something has to happen.
My kids don't like to talk on the phone either, so they mostly text. As a matter of fact, the funny thing is that I like never talk to my son on the phone. That just doesn't happen. But I talk to his wife quite a bit. Like, you know, a few times a month I'll talk to her on the phone. And one time I called my son and my daughter-in-law goes, why is she calling you? Because I never call him. I only call her. Why is she calling you? She should be calling me. Yeah, we don't talk on the phone much. That's just not, I just don't need to. It can be said in a text. I'm just saying. There's no reason. I mean,
we're in the modern age.
Right. Nobody needs to be talking.
We do that. We also don't do like carrier pigeons. We're past that. We don't have the landlines.
My sister and I just text each other all the time. And it's like so much better because you can pick it up at any time and we're still having like 14 different conversations all at once. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. If my kids really needed to talk to me, they could jump in the box. Okay?
Yeah. Come up on a live.
Come on.
I need contact.
God damn, just get on up here. Tell me about your Jesus.
You better be a Christian today.
Today. And you know the Bible because I taught it to you, so let's fight. But yeah. Today my daughter called me. I was asleep when she called. I called her back. She was busy, so now she has to wait. That's just the way things are. Malachi, come on up. I don't know why you want to just, yell in the chat. The guest box is open. Yeah, we do need human interaction, but text is an interaction.
Oh my goodness. James sent me 500. What's TWD? Is that on PayPal? Is that dollars?
No way.
Is that TWD? Look, I said that dick pic thing was just for Flaky. It's not like a general, not everyone gets thank you so much for whatever TWD is. 500 TW. Pure dollars? James, you can't do that. What's happening? Oh, $15? Well, thanks for that.
New Taiwan dollar. $1 equals 100 cents.
Advertising.
So $100 is about $3 US.
All right. Well, thanks for that. That was really sweet. And
Send him a picture of a pickle.
you know what? You know what I'll do? I'll just have a macro image of my urethra. That's all he gets.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You got any x-rays that were ever taken of you, Joel?
Just send that.
Just send that. Just send that. I don't know where all the Christians are. I think they're all over at Christina Carroll's this morning. But if you're a Christian or, you believe in the God of the Bible, come up and talk to us. We are talking today about why a loving God hates the rainbow community and their love, but he is cool with slavery. And Malachi has said in chat, that's not true, but he won't come up and explain how that's not true, that God does not condone slavery. But I have yet to see him tell me why. And if you guys would want me to draw you a picture of what I imagine Joel's looks like, you can send me $500.
That's a lot for
I'll take it
an
in
imagination.
any currency. I'll take it in any currency, though. Like, it could be any currency. Just 500 of them. And I'm a pretty good artist, by the way.
Why do I feel like that could be like an OnlyFans type of business, right? Like it's like, you send me some money and I'll draw what I think your penis looks like. Like men would totally get into that.
Oh my God. I am going to do that.
I just imagine your penis. Like she's imagining my penis and like, getting it way wrong, I'm sure, but it's still like, he just thought that's what I look like. She just always sends the same one.
It's small. Yeah.
It's just a Xerox.
Oh, shit.
You want to hear a weird thing that happened to me yesterday? Yes. I was leaving the house and to hang out with my friend, and we were standing in the driveway, just like, hey, I haven't seen you for a while. And then all of a sudden I saw something bright and yellow, like fluorescent yellow. And I turn and it's a budgie. You know budgies?
Really? Yeah.
It was a little budgie. And I was just like, how is there like a budgie doing out? Like, I don't know if budgies are like hang out in the wild in California.
No, they don't.
But they're house birds. But yeah. I'm like, what is there a budgie doing here? So I like tried to like get the budgie, and I was like, come here, but he didn't want to.
Budgie is a parakeet to all you USers. Okay.
How do you know what a budgie is then?
Oh, because I've had budgies.
But why do we call them budgies and not parakeets if they're parakeets? Or are there a specific type of parakeet or something?
No, I think that they're just known by both names, budgies and parakeets.
Okay. So I'm going like, come here, budgie. And he doesn't want to come over here. And then he's flying around and I'm like still trying to catch him. And then my buddy's like, here, let me try. And he just put out his finger and was like, come on, come and get it, fly. Anyway, the budgie didn't fly onto his finger.
Oh,
it ended up flying.
It did.
No, that would be cool.
Me too.
He ended up flying away. We never caught him. But it's like, And then we drove around to just whoever was around and just was like, "Are you looking for a budgie?" You know, because we wanted to help them find their budgie. But
are you missing a budgie?
Anyone missing a budgie around here? Anyway, never. I don't know what happened with the budgie. But the fuck is a budgie? Oh, you mean parakeet, you moron? So I just know.
No, but did you guys pray before you did this? Did you?
We didn't pray, and I also believe it or not, you're going to find this insane, but I didn't think God was sending me a message or that somebody that died had come back to greet me or any of those things. I just thought a budgie might have gotten out of its cage somewhere. That's what I did. Is that wrong? Is that crazy?
To me, that just doesn't sound reasonable. Like, I'm just trying to say, if you really want to think about it reasonably, and like, let's use Occam razor type thing here.
I like that philosophical.
It's more likely that God was sending you a message and you didn't pray first, so he was like, fuck it, it's not that important.
So you don't, wow, that's weird. So you don't think the natural explanation is the simpler one?
It's probably because you didn't have your spiritual eyes on.
Oh, right? I wasn't noticing what it meant. Because to me, it was like, if somebody, because I have this, like, these, what they're called, when you have experiences, what are they called? The priors. Have you heard of this term? I have these priors where I know my grandma had a budgie. I still don't think it was her, but she had a budgie and it was in a cage. And then if the budgie were to get out of the cage, I could imagine it could fly around and go to a neighbor's house.
I had a yellow budgie that died once. Maybe it was my budgie coming to see you.
Oh my goodness, my grandma died. Maybe they fused.
Oh my God, your grandma and my budgie. I don't.
Yeah, that's an explanation. But what if it's just another budgie?
Hey, Dugal, how are you?
Good, how are y'all?
Hey, Dugal. What's new?
Not much. My spiritual eyes were just wondering why you got 106 people in here and there's only 17,000 likes.
I don't know. This is what I'm saying.
That's what my spiritual eyes are wondering. So I'm going to need for all 160 y'all to start tapping them fingers like it's Jesus and your Romans with hammers and nails.
Thank you. Thank you. Did they do the fusion dance like Dragon Ball? It could be, Fox. It could be. Hey, you guys, don't forget also. Thank you, Ken and Paper. I am trying to get to 75 subscribers. And you know what? Here's the deal. It's less than a cup of coffee a month. And you are subscribed to Netflix, Hulu, Paramount Plus, and Cornhub, and Corn is free. So why don't you cancel some of those subscriptions? And some of you had to anyway because you're in states that don't allow Cornhub anymore. Come over here and support small creators like myself. Support small creators like Dugal. Support kind of big creators like Joel, okay? Because we can be
Whoa. Crystal.
Like, you didn't say small.
Kinda? Just kinda?
You're bigger. It's bigger than I am. So she's right, sorta.
Massive. I think the word it's massive. You know, I'm almost caught up to Mezzo.
You know what? Nobody's even talking about me.
Slay, you don't go live yet, but you should also follow Slay because she's amazing and you have to slay the day. You know what I'm saying? So follow Slay, but you can't subscribe.
Actually, don't follow me because I'm a private account.
Oh, okay. So just send her like gifts. Just gift her up, okay?
Just be very happy that I'm here.
Which, by the way, Schley, you and I have to talk.
I know we do. I'm not avoiding you. I promise. Okay, here's the truth of it. I have big ambitions and not all the time in the world because I do have to sleep and be present with my kiddos, and
of course
I had big ideas, and sometimes the follow through is a little, but we will connect. And sorry to take over for a second, Crystal, but the person that we'll talk, but there might be funding and things coming down, so I will reach out. It's just not going to be like maybe very fast.
That's fine. I just want to make sure we did talk at some points before I say anything to that person.
I'm not ignoring you.
You're fine. No worries. I hadn't even messaged you yet, so you're good.
Okay.
All right, well, we do need Christians to come up. But Dugald, if you don't have anything else, I'm going to drop you back down.
No worries.
Thank you for being here. I love you. And Julie, of course, you and Schley can stay. I just need to leave that box area open for a Christian to come on up. So I don't know. Maybe people don't like this conversation as much as our other conversations. Like, what if you got it wrong? Maybe we should switch to that. Should we switch topics?
We could try it. I mean,
all right, let's try that. Because they seem to come up on that. Let me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a close-up of the dick pic I sent to Crystal. I'd recognize that gradient anywhere.
Oh my God, you guys are horrible. Okay, Christians, what if you're wrong? That's what we're going to talk about. Was it just like a flesh tone?
Yeah.
You guys. It probably zoomed in on my big old forehead or something.
I'm going to try to share with a few people that are. I went through a phase where I was trying to make friends that were Christian, but then they kept blocking me. So
that doesn't sound very Christian-like. That's weird.
I'm the best. Why would they do that?
Joel and Mezzo need to start a blue page. What's a blue page? Sometimes I feel so out of touch.
I don't know either, but I'm thinking blue. If blue is that, like, blue movies,
Blue
is
sky?
the sexy stuff, the softcore stuff. So maybe blue or blue humor, like it's going to be rude. So I think that maybe that's got to be what it is. That's the context clue I'm picking up on. Oh, blue. Okay, because OnlyFans is blue. Why don't you say OF?
I don't know, but I guess they meant OF. And you guys do like the have a OF page where you absolutely never show anything.
We're just teasing,
Yeah,
but not even like in a sexy way. We're just like, we're eventually going to take off our shirts.
Exactly. You don't want to go to TikTok jail? It's so fun there. We've all been there. Well,
We just have like these boring conversations where we go, at the end of the day, like we'll just like take off our pants and like go to bed in our underwear. Just say stuff like that. That's the whole channel. It's just very unsexy.
Joel, when I worked at Denny's, I told Schley this already, so she knows these stories. But when I worked at Denny's many moons ago, we used to get people who would call in and do like prank phone calls to us all the time. And here are a couple of my favorite responses that I gave to the people who called. One time this guy called and he was just breathing really heavy in the phone. And then he goes, "Guess what I have in my hand?" And I said, "Oh, it only takes one hand, then I'm not interested." And I hung up on him. And then another time, guy calls back and he's all, "Hey, what kind of panties do you have on?" And I said, "Oh, I have big grandma panties on, and they have a big hole like in them. They're just, they're pretty worn out." He hung up on me. I'm trying to entertain you guys while we wait for Christians. The Bukhari book was written after the prophet's death, so it is questionable. Islam, I'm going to mute you for the entire live because all you do is talk, but you never come up. We've invited you up. We've told you to come up. If you don't want to come up, then you don't get to talk. We're tired of seeing it.
It's weird because like you told that story and it reminded me when I used to work at Denny's as well, and I would get phone calls and they would be trying to give me their order and I'd be like, what kind of underwear do you have on? And I lost that job really quickly. It sucked. Yeah, can you believe that? I always thought that's what the Denny line was for, but apparently not. Apparently they wanted a grand slam. Like, ugh.
Yeah, they did want a grand slam, Joel.
Not in the fun way.
You know, I could handle so much as a waitress. Like, you have no idea how much you put up with as a waitress. So much shit you put up with as a waitress. But every once in a while, something would happen where I don't know, like, I couldn't take it. And one time I was working in a casino in Tahoe, and we were so busy, and I'd been working so hard, and I was really tired, and you know, I was just in a groove too, so I just want to go get this drink order, go over this, drop off the menu, you know, whatever. I'm in my zone. And this guy goes, I want bacon and eggs between your legs and biscuits and gravy. And I go, wait, what? All of a sudden it dawned on me what he said, and he repeated it. And I just, for whatever reason, I just could not take that customer that day. I was just like, I can't. I don't even know why I have to. Like, why do I have to wait on people who talk to me like that and treat me like that? Like, why? So I went to a male waiter and I said, please, can you take this table? Because this is what they said. And I really don't feel like dealing with that kind of, you know, blatant disrespect this morning. I just can't do it, you know? And he wouldn't take the table.
Rude.
Christian.
Anyway, the good news is that the guy at the counter was the head of security, and he was my regular customer. And he said, Crystal, why do you look so upset? And I told him the same thing. And immediately security came down and escorted the dude out of the casino. And I was really young. And I was just like that was the first time probably I had seen some kind of show of instant power like that somebody has. Because like, I don't know if you've ever seen casino security, but it's pretty intimidating. Okay?
Big guys.
Big guys, and they are not there to mess around at all. And he was just like shocked because all he had done was say that one thing to me. And so he thought, like, surely that's not why I'm being removed from this casino, but surely that is why you were removed.
Well, good. That's nice.
Yeah, it was one of the few good things that happened as a waitress.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of those stories in my waitress
I used to wait tables at a Mexican restaurant, and I was the worst waitress ever, and I made up for it by being cute though. So there was one night we had like a packed restaurant, and there was, I think it was a bachelorette party, and it was just this huge big top, right? And I'm doing the best I can, and I was really tiny trying to carry this huge what do you call it, the server platter full of margaritas. And I dropped it and it spilled all over them, and I was like mortified, right? But then I just like, you know, helped them clean up and everything. Anyway, the memory sticks out for me because there was this really hot lady that came up to me afterwards and shoved $100 bill down my cleavage and was like, it's okay, and like flirted with me and stuff. So that's my waiting tables memory.
The story ends there?
Yeah.
He wants to know that you guys met up afterwards and stuff.
You didn't go anywhere after? Okay.
I had to finish my shift.
And then, but no, they didn't give her, she didn't give you her number or anything. There was
I think that we need a channel in the BBD discords where we could all write fan fictions about each other.
I don't think I was aware that I was bisexual at that point, so I just
You would have found out.
and like, holy shit.
Missed opportunities.
Absolutely. I was a waitress for a very long time and a restaurant manager for a long time. It was many moons ago in a different lifetime. But I have very fun stories because so much happened in that time. Working in casinos was crazy. And I'm just talking because there's no Christians up here. But one time I walked up to a table and it was really early in the morning. I think it was even one of my first tables of the day. And I just was not in a good mood. And they were all like talking and everything. And I said, hi, is everybody ready? And the guy just starts like talking over everybody while they're trying to give me their order. And I was like, hey, here's how this is gonna work, okay? I'm gonna start from left to right, work my way around. She's gonna order for herself. Here's how your coupon works. This is how it works. I can't change that. Now, are you ready to order? And the guy just looked at me and then he threw $100 bill on my tray. And he goes, okay, why don't you smile and try that again? I said, you throw another $100 bill on this tray and I will smile and laugh all day.
That's funny.
But I was very nice after that to them. I was like, okay. Then another time at the same casino, I had these customers come in and they said, that they wanted a nice dry white wine. And I said, then you're probably going to want a Chardonnay. And we have, and I don't remember now what all Chardonnays we had, but I said, but Kendall Jackson is our house Chardonnay. It is not as expensive as the other Chardonnays, but it's a good Chardonnay. If you're looking for a good value, Chardonnay, I would recommend the Kendall Jackson. And they said, oh, okay, then we'll take the Kendall Jackson. And I said, okay. And the way they said it was kind of weird. And I was like, okay. So I went and got them the Kendall Jackson and opened the wine for them, poured them their glasses and stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's all they had. And then when they went to leave, they tipped me, but then they double tipped me because they tipped me again on the receipt. So their whole ticket was like $20 or something. And then they tipped me another 20 and then another 20. But he said, I know you don't know who I am, but I am the heir to the Kendall Jackson winery. And I appreciate that you like our wines or something like that. I was like, okay, all right. That's kind of cool.
I wasn't really upselling it. I was for something that's like not bad.
Not bad. It's not bad.
That's funny.
It's okay. It's a good bargain wine if you're cheap. if you're on a cheap date.
If you can't do any better, get the Kendall.
And then another time I got off work and I went and I like to play video poker. I like to play poker, but what I used to like to play back in the day, you could play nickel video poker. They had progressive jackpots. So you could spend $20 and play video poker for hours on a $20. And so that's why I liked it, because I wasn't really expecting to win, but I wanted to play for a while and if you play quarters or dollars, you're out of money like really fast. So I was playing video poker and then I decided to go to this little bar where it was quarters, and I went in there and Dana Carvey was sitting there. If you don't know who Dana Carvey is, he used to be on SNL and he did Wayne's World, and he also was the church lady on SNL. He is a very famous comedian.
Well, isn't that special?
There you go. That's Dana Carvey. And he played video poker with us and drank beers with us and told us stories. And we just hung out with Dana Carvey in this little bar in Lake Tahoe. It was so fun.
One time they shot a movie in our town, and Dana Carvey was there, and what's his other name? What's the acting? What's that guy's name?
John Lovitz.
John Lovitz and Nick Cage. It wasn't a good movie. It was called Lost in Paradise, but they shot it down really like not far from my house where I grew up, and so I got to stand and look at them, but I never really met them. But I think we did actually. Maybe they did talk to us for a few seconds, but like. Me and my brothers were all just standing down there, just like, well, look at these are famous guys. But yeah, that's my closest to Dana.
So
He was really nice.
The Dana Carvey story I have, I'll just share real quick because I saw him live. He like performed in my hometown, and he did a joke that I can't get over how good it was because they had a sign language interpreter there, right? So he's doing his whole set. He's doing George Bush impressions, this whole thing. And then suddenly, like out of nowhere, he just starts saying, like talking really strange. And we had a hard time, like no one was following it. It's a stadium, like thousands and like 10,000 people maybe are there. And he just starts going like, this part that I'm saying right now isn't part of the bit. I just need to confess something to you. I'm in love with the comedian on this stage. And everyone's baffled. We're kind of like, what is he talking about? And he's not even like looking at the sign language interpreter. He's like looking off. But the sign language interpreter legally like has to do word for word. So the sign language interpreter had to start saying, this isn't part of the bet. The comedian isn't saying this. I'm just in love with this guy, and I need to tell somebody. So he pranked deaf people like live on stage. And
That is hilarious.
They ended up like at the end like put them on camera, and he explained it and stuff. But it was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like just out of nowhere, he started doing it, and we were all like 10,000 confused people, and then. And no one knew it except her. She was cracking up, just the one like sign language person and him, and no one else got it. It was so great. It's genius.
That's hilarious. Tommy, tell us your story.
Well, this one time I was on panel with Joel and Mezzo at the same fucking time.
No, that's a lie. Shit. That never happens. That can't be. You're making that up.
No,
Mezzo drops.
Okay, so I work on the management team for the Mary Jane Girls. And a couple of the other clients in that is Apollonia and and I got to meet Apollonia.
Who else? Because you broke up right then.
Oh shit.
Who else?
Right when my story gets good, I'm pulling up to my house, so my Wi-Fi is trying to kick in.
Gotcha.
Apollonia and Bernadette and Climax.
Oh God, those are 80s favorites. Okay, go on.
Right. So so my first show with them, I didn't know that what's their name? People's Yarborough and People's was opening for them. And I'm standing, Yarborough's and People went up, don't you stop it, don't you stop the music, right? They go on and sing their one famous song for 10 minutes, popping. And then Mary Jane Girls goes on, and now we're waiting for Morris Day and Time to go on. And he's not going up because of a payment issue. I decide while I'm waiting, I'm gonna go outside and huff and puff, right? But it was so windy where we were that it was gonna just eat up my good flop.
Wait, you're breaking up again.
And
okay, go ahead. You got a little bit of bars and it broke up for a minute. You guys keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 50,000 if we can in the next 15 minutes, because we should be there already. We should be there already.
There you go.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
there you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So I'm waiting for we're all waiting for Morris Day and time to go on, and I'm backstage, and out walks behind me Yarbrough and people, and Miss Peoples is like, "Hey baby, who you here with?" Because I'm like way backstage and by myself. She's like, "Who's? I saw him earlier. Who are you with?" And I was like, "I'm working with the Mary Jane girls this weekend." And Mr. Yarbrough was like, "I got that loud." I don't know if you know what loud is,
No, I
Crystal.
don't.
Okay, good flour,
Okay.
because it's stinky, right? He's
Yeah.
like, I got that. He's like, I got that loud. I said, I got that loud too, Mr. Yarbrough. I just didn't want it to get eaten up because it's so windy out here. Miss Peoples was like, "Come on, baby, you can come puff with us, right?" I'm in the car, toking it up with Yarbrough and Peoples, and like literally just losing
No.
my mind. Like,
Oh my
eh,
God.
random, right? They don't know me, just invited me just because I'm on the management team and I was out there doing the same thing they doing. And I could not, in my head the whole time, I know they were talking to me and having a conversation, but in my head it was just like, "Don't you stop it. Don't you stop." The whole conversation just playing on loop.
Oh my
Um,
God. That's awesome.
That's one. I'll share another one with you later at another time and date.
Okay.
But from being on that management team, I've met so many funk heroes. It's mine.
Oh
Like
my
I'm
God.
always
I'm
like
so jealous.
super elevated off of it for like months after.
When I come see you sometime in LA, we're gonna have to sit down, have a few beers, and then you're gonna have to tell me more stories too, because I
Yes,
want to hear
twin
them
it
all.
up, twin it up, twin it up.
Yes, let's twin it up. All right, love you. Have a good
Love
day,
you too.
Tommy.
Let me
Bye.
down.
All right, Starbright, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 39.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so today we are talking to Christians and asking them, what if you're wrong? And the reason we're asking this question is because as non-believers, we are often asked by Christians, what if you're wrong? You're going to go to hell, but if I'm wrong, nothing bad. And what I want to say is, if Christianity has been wrong this whole time, there's been a lot of bad that's come out of Christianity. What do you think about that?
Well, first, may I ask what bad you're referring to? I know that there's like many bad things that people have done in the name of Christianity, and
So it would be those things that people have done in the name of Christianity. Like, for instance, I like to, because I'm a woman, often talk about how laws have been passed that are patriarchal, misogynistic, and against women. And while many times women have been held back, and in the beginning of time, before we even get to Christianity has perpetuated it and made it worse. There were times where women were not allowed in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I almost said manufacturing again, you guys. Mathematics. And when we think that as a whole, as a society in general, we literally told half a society that they were not allowed to work on the things that advance society. We have no idea how many new prescriptions there could have been made, how many cures we could have found for diseases, how many inventions we could have had, how much further we could be in the space race. There's so much untold things that women were not allowed to work on. And I think that did humanity a great disservice.
And I actually can't disagree with you. But yeah, like basically, sorry, I'm terrible at collecting my thoughts.
That's okay. Take your time.
Basically, like 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 Christianity has also done a lot of good. Basically, there's yeah, like in the modern day society, there's like the majority of the food banks and the majority of the homeless shelters are ran by religious organizations, be it Christian or sometimes there's Muslim or but basically like like the yeah there's a lot of good.
But on the other hand, Christianity hoards more wealth too. So when we compare the two, when we know how much wealth all of the churches hoard and don't give to the poor, it kind of negates the fact that they feed any poor. And most of many churches, by the way, will not feed people unless you agree to go to their church. So I have literally watched street preachers walk up to a homeless person and tell them, are you hungry? Do you need a meal? They say yes. They tell them, I'll feed you, but you have to come to my church.
And that's wrong. Those people have missed basically because Jesus helped people without basically he didn't ask do you believe in me, basically there was a need, he met it, and basically if whether they were whether they knew who he was or not. And so the people that don't are we'll do this if you come to our church have missed the entire gospel. They haven't actually understood.
But that's not really true either, because bye, Joel. Thanks for coming up. You guys, don't forget, Joel Reads Bible and I will be live right after Atheist Sunday School on Sunday, this Sunday. So make sure you tune in for that. Sorry, Bright. In Matthew 15, 21 through 2018, I'm making up words now, numbers. We're going to read a little story here, okay? Then Jesus went away from there.
Sorry, may I get that? I'd like to have it up.
It's Matthew 15, 21 through 28.
Matthew 15. Thank you.
Then Jesus went away from there and withdrew to the district of Tyre and Sidon. A Canaanite woman from the region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, Son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. And his disciples came up and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us." He answered, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." She said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table." Then Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed instantly. In this story, Jesus is doing a couple things here. One, he's telling you he didn't come for everybody. He came for the lost sheep of Israel. That's the only people he came for. And this woman isn't Israelite. She's a Canaanite. And so he tells her, "You're just a dog." And dog was a derogatory slur that was used throughout that region at that time. It is very rude. It is very harsh to say to somebody. And once she admits that she is a dog, that is when he heals her. So even Jesus put stipulations on when he would give to people.
You're incorrect about him only coming for the lost Israelites.
Contend with what the scripture says.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, contend with what the scripture itself says.
Yeah,
Hi, Cyber.
Hello.
I am. Basically, you can't, like, basically, there is other scriptures that say that Jesus came for everyone. Like,
can you give me one where Jesus says that? Because I know Paul says it, but Jesus doesn't say that. Jesus tells you over and over again that he came for the lost sheep of Israel. And Jesus put conditions on who he would heal and who he would give to. He did put conditions on that.
And yet, all 26 healings in the Bible.
Well, hold on, stop. Go. Hold on, stop. You were asked a specific question, right? You were asked, can you provide a scripture in which Jesus himself says he came for other people? Can you go find that scripture, please?
I cannot.
Hey, Crystal, just sorry,
Yes,
real quick. A little housekeeping. Apparently, there's no mods on YouTube, and there's some activity that needs to be moderated.
Okay, I'll take care of that. Thank you.
So if you cannot find that, do you not see the issue with that? Because I see an issue with it.
The entire Bible is the Word of God.
Oh, that's not the question. The question was, if you cannot find a scripture in which Jesus says he came for other people that are not Israelites or Jewish, do you not see the problem with that?
If you'd let me finish.
Well, I know you want to crawl away from the question. I'd crawl away from it too, but I just need you to answer the question.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting.
Yeah, because you're trying to throw in some meta that's not necessary. We just need the question answered.
Are you afraid of what I have to say, that it's going to debunk what you're saying?
Oh, I know what you're going to say,
have
but it's just Christian apologetics, and I don't care about that.
I just
All I
don't
wanted to do was
understand.
have a conversation, and you won't let me say, like, you're just trying to twist the conversation.
Because they're going to contradict what Jesus says. Your apologetics are just going to be a straight contradiction to what Jesus says.
No.
Okay,
Anyways,
so
have a fantastic day. I'm done.
Starbright.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Bye, Starbright. I don't understand why Christians come up but won't answer the questions that when they are literally the ones who bring it up. Like, I don't understand, Starbright. You're the one who said that Jesus did come for everybody, and I asked you to show me where Jesus says that. You can't show me, but you're going to show me where Paul or somebody else said it. That just contradicts Jesus. And to me, when I was a Christian, Jesus trumped everybody else. If Jesus said one thing and Paul said another, I was to follow what Jesus said, you know? But you can run. You can run.
Maybe he just needed a little more time to process what was being asked. I don't know. It didn't seem that he could follow very well. I don't know.
I've just learned that whenever Christians are asked to provide evidence about something Jesus said, they just automatically assume the sprinting position. They get run.
How are you doing, Cyber?
I am doing good. I'm doing fantastic. I have an announcement to make if it's okay. I've made it.
Yes, I want to hear it.
All right. Well, I'm going to show it via a picture, if that's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna make you big.
All right. So this happened last weekend.
Oh, I love.
Congratulations! Oh my God, I want to come to the wedding.
That's so sweet. Congratulations.
So
You
yeah,
guys, this is the kind of information you get when you watch my show. We get announcements like this.
So yep. She proposed last Saturday.
Is the announcement that you said no?
No, I said yes.
Cyber, I proposed to Doug, and we will have been married 30 years, October 7th this year.
Nice. No, what was crazy is in Jaren's live, as you know, much like Joel and Mezzo, Jaren's my very best friend. Right below Matt. But I will supersede that someday. But anyways, no, I shared it in Jaren's live as well. It was amazing how many misogynists were just like, oh, what kind of beta allows the woman to propose? And I'm just like, it's 2025. Can we not be egalitarian now? Like, I think that's the better way to go. Let's be egalitarian.
Right? Why do you need the man to propose? That's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I proposed. We didn't set a date or anything when I first proposed. And then we ordered me a ring one day, and then we got the ring in. And then he didn't say anything to me with the ring. And I kind of got mad. Oh, I'm not kidding. I was a young mom. I had kids, and I kind of thought when the ring came in, he might, re-propose or something. A little something. And I said, are you going to propose to me? And he says, well, you're going to marry me, right? And I always tell people that was our proposal.
You should have been like, well, I don't know now.
I know. I should.
And
For real.
So somebody in chat was asking, was I surprised? I was. So the town I live in, those waterfalls that were behind, those waterfalls are, they do hydroelectricity through those. So they provide a third of the power for our city, which is nice because it keeps our utility bills pretty low. But she wanted to go there like all day. She's been like, I just want to go to the river. And then all day she's like, we just need to find somebody to take our picture. And I'm like, why? We can do a selfie. And like, and how that ended up happening is, I was like, be like, we could do a selfie and have my phone up. And somebody came up and was just like, hey, I'll take your picture for you. So while I was going to where she wanted me to stand, she was explaining to the guy what was going on. So yeah, I was yep.
That's so cool. Well, that's awesome. Hey, are you guys back to doing your show, Rebel and Renegade? Is that what it's called, Rebel and Renegade? Did I say that right?
Reason and Rebellion.
Rebel and Renegade, Reason and Rebellion. I knew I had to. It was close.
Just so you know, Jaren's the renegade. Jaren's the renegade.
I mean, right, he is.
But so right now, because she's moved in, so we're in the process of doing some things. Hopefully, here within because she's going to be co-hosting with me. So we're going to find a way for both her and I to be on camera together. That's what we're trying to figure out. But on Reason and Rebellion, she won't be co-hosting on that. That'll still be Jaren and I's thing. The issue that we're running into is, if you don't know, Ian, a few weeks ago during Unapologetic, Ian got DDoSed. And he spent about 2 to 3 weeks getting DDoSed because...
That's with the Video Ninja, right?
Yes, because Video Ninja shares your IP address, shares your actual IP address. And so I'm like, do I want to pay for VPN? Like, that's where I'm at. But no, the plan is to get that started up again here shortly. I'm still in the process of setting up kind of like a quote unquote little studio. So that's the plan. But yeah, we'll get it started. We'll get started back up though.
All right, cool. I cannot wait. And when you do, I want you on my show again. So you guys got to let me know. You guys have no idea, but they do. But you guys don't know how hard it is for me to wrangle these creators, okay? It's me. Okay, what about this day? Okay. I'm shifting things around on the calendar and stuff. So make sure you're following me. Make sure you subscribe. You guys, I need more subscribers. I'm looking for 15 more. You know what I mean? And don't forget, if you want us to stay live an extra hour longer, we need to reach that gift goal. We should be at well over 50,000 likes right now. Give it up, you guys. Start tapping that screen. Go get your little toy. Put it on the screen. And it'll tickle the screen just like it tickles you. And that'll help bring my numbers up like it brings
what?
You up, if you know what I mean. What? I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
CrystalJae does
if
not
I don't
work.
have Christians to talk to, I just lose my mind. I've been listening to too much Joel and Bezo, I think is what it is. You know,
Mm-hmm. You can't blame them for your corruption.
You see how easy that is? See how easy that is?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So Cyber, what are your thoughts on my topic today? I want to know what if Christians are wrong? Because they always ask us what if we're wrong, and then they act like if they are wrong, it didn't affect anything.
Right. Well. So I actually think because this is a Pascal's wager type thing, But I think the issue that if they're wrong is, something that I often thought about as I started deconstructing from Judaism is what if it is the case that Yahweh is this evil God, right? Is this evil God, and he made this book and intentionally put evil stuff in it, right? He's like, look, I told you in the book that I was all good, but look at all these atrocities I did. What if it is the case that Yahweh is intentionally trying to show us that he's an evil God and that the things in this book ought not be followed, right? And then when we get to the afterlife and we're being judged, whoever the judge is standing there and is like, why did you follow the book? Did you not see the contradictions in it? Did you not see the horrible atrocities that Yahweh took credit for? And you still followed this book? So, I mean, that's the issue with if they're wrong. If they're wrong, they are quite literally dooming themselves to hell.
Yeah, I agree. That is a really good point. Because I always say this, what if God, who is all loving, would not want you to know the difference between good and evil? And this God was like, I don't want them to know. And if they figure it out, I'm going to punish them. To me, that kind of sounds like the Satan. To me, he is like, and then like, it sounds to me like the God went in the garden and went, you guys, that's not what's going to happen. You're just going to know the difference between good and evil. And then once their eyes were open, they ran and hid from God because they recognized evil. Like, what if that's what that story is really about?
Yep.
You know?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go right ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, so that's the thing that I always think about is, because if we're logical and, let's be real, if you're Christian, if you believe in the Abrahamic gods, and I would personally extend it to any god, but if you believe in the Abrahamic gods, that they exist, you literally have to throw logic out the window. You can't ground anything in logic because the scriptures alone contradict themselves all the time. When we look at the philosophical reasonings behind the Abrahamic God, there's contradictions. And so it would only make sense that if Yahweh does exist, this book was supposed to turn you away. It would take the good people, the actual good people, and they would read the book and they'd either, come to the idea of, hey, I need to be an atheist, or they would look at it and be like, yeah, I'm going to go find another way to worship Yahweh. This book isn't the way, though. I'll go find another way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing we've been talking about is that if this book and this religion is wrong, the untold amount of damage that is done to humanity as a whole. When we look at how much it's held women back from being able to participate in STEM, when we look at the Crusades, and when we look at how many people have been slaughtered, when we look at the indigenous people who were slaughtered, when we look at the Atlantic slave trade, when we look how they went into Africa and destroyed their gods, their culture, their very way of life, when we look at how much Christians have destroyed art and literature just because it was not about their God throughout history, the untold amount of literal art and history that has been destroyed because of them. Like, I don't even know how to say it a different way. I think there's just so much damage. And I think that them simplifying Pascal's wager and saying, well, if I am wrong, then nothing is really troublesome, because if they are wrong, they have destroyed this world.
Well, and along those lines, too, I think they need to acknowledge that, like, the only reason why they today believe in this religion is because, it's easily accessible due to them living in a socially Christian nation. Had they lived in, say, a Buddhist nation, they'd be Buddhist right now. But in order for this to happen, just like you mentioned, these cultures literally had to be destroyed by what essentially is the remnant of the Roman Empire, right? When we look at the nations that conquered and colonized the world, it was nations that were only Christian because they were part of the Roman Empire, right? And Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. And in fact, towards the end of the Roman Empire, people were being forced to become Christian through the sword, right? Rome was forcing people to convert, right? And I mean, so even for them to be where they're at today, for Christians to be Christian today, is a result of the harm that was done by the sword and through colonization and all the harm that came with that.
Absolutely. And then we could talk about all of the indigenous children in the schools that were unalived, buried on the school grounds, that were abused in the name of Jesus. We could go on. And a lot of times Christians will then point out that, well, those people weren't real Christians because that's not what Christ... that is a tired argument, because anytime you have more than one Christian in a room, unless they're related they don't think each other are real Christians. So I hate they weren't real Christian arguments, because I think that if you follow Jesus, if that's who you think is God, you're a Christian. I don't care whether you're a good Christian or not. You might be a shitty Christian, but you're a Christian.
Well, it's like Judaism. The Judaism that we practice today is rabbinic Judaism. It is not the same Judaism that was practiced during the Second Temple era. It is not the same religion that the Israelites practiced. We see a morphing of religions. But for me to say that my ancestors did not practice these horrible laws is just disingenuous. I got to acknowledge that my ancestors who were Israelites practiced these horrible practices. I have to acknowledge it. And the Judaism is a remnant of that practice. Likewise, even though quote unquote Christianity today, many Christians will be like, we're against these practices. That doesn't change the fact that, you know, back during before the Civil War, the whole reason why we have Southern Baptists is for the sake of slavery, right? They did. We just had a morphing of religion as Christians finally came to their senses and finally decided to show some empathy.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what Edward said here. There is not true Christianity. There can never be true Christians. That is so true, because we don't have one flavor of Christianity. We have 45,000 and growing flavors of Christianity. And until you can show me that this is the one true Christianity, you can't point to other Christians and say they're not Christians. That's just ridiculous. Liz Ray, I'm so happy to see you. I love seeing you in chat again. I missed you so much. The difference is Christians won't admit that anything in the past was bad, only make excuses for it. That is so true.
Well, and I will say, well, I would say that's one of the things that I find most disingenuous about Christianity. Like, as a Jewish person, we grow up, you know, learning about these atrocities, and you grow up knowing that these were real people, that these things happened to, right? But Christians, for some reason, when you bring up David's wives being great because of David's sin, all of a sudden it's like these women aren't people. It's like they're just a character in a story. Yeah. When you read about, if you go to Jeremiah, I believe it's Jeremiah 19, Jeremiah goes to the city of Topheth, which is worshiping Baal. They're offering their children as offerings to Baal. And as Jeremiah is leaving, he says, hey, because you're doing this, you're going to cannibalize your children. You're going to do this. And then it talks about how the city gets sieged. And then he goes to Jerusalem, and he's standing at the temple, and he says, hey, just so you know, this is happening over here right now. Get your crap together. And they act like these aren't real people. They're just, it's like almost like they're the wicked stepsisters in Cinderella, right?
Yeah.
And it's like
the
that's
same
so
with
goofy
Job
to me.
and the characters in Job. When you ask him like how do you think Job's wife felt? Like, I can always tell somebody hasn't been in a very long relationship before. Like, they've never really been. When Job suffered all that happened to him, his wife suffered too. Like, who do you think wiped his butt when he was too sick to wipe his butt or clean his boils or aided him in any way? It was his wife. And yet, for some reason, she's not allowed to have an emotion about it. You know what I mean? And when you ask them about it, like, I have watched Thinker sit down and try so hard to ask these people, what about the other characters in the story? What about them? They'll go, but it's not about them. And it's like, we know that the story's moral wasn't based on them, but we want to know, what do you think about them and everything they went through with the main character? She gave birth to 10 children that we know of. And she lost those 10 children. Now, it says he was given 10 more children. It never says that she was. We know men could have more than one wife. We know that men were allowed to have concubines. We don't know that Job had those children with her. And it never addresses her loss. Those were 10 children. You don't just wake up one day, and they were grown adults by that time. She had raised them from baby to adulthood. I cannot tell you how hard it would be for me to breathe if something happened to just one of my children. You take all my children, I don't know if I could exist after that. And I only have 3.
Well, and I mean,
10.
well, I mean, imagine Bathsheba, right? Bathsheba is essentially her husband is unalived by David, right? She is commanded to go to his palace, right? What's she going to do? Say no to the king? and then her child gets punished for that stuff, you know, like there. Imagine being these the women who get captured. You're these girls that get captured, and you're standing there because, you know, the command is, if anybody has not known a man, they can live. Anybody that has known a man must be put to the sword. Imagine watching this happen to your friends, and now you're going to some guy who just conquered you, and you're becoming his wife. We know how that happened through the graping. I mean, yeah, they never take these people into consideration. Like I said, they're just fictional characters to them, or fairy tale characters. It's ridiculous.
And, you know, speaking of Bathsheba, by the way, I have not listened to all the episodes. I will admit it. There's a lot of you guys make content, and if you notice, I hop around from here to there. I try to support you all, but it's hard to support you all because you're all amazing, and I don't have enough time in a day to listen to everything. But if you get a chance, go listen to Christina Carroll's podcast. I'll take it from here. Specifically the Bathsheba episode, I'm telling you, I was in tears. Christina can act, okay? First of all, let me tell you, she puts herself in Bathsheba's shoes and tells the story from Bathsheba's side of the story all the way up and, you know, through the story. So you get to see how she felt about the king summoning her, to how she felt about the death of her child. And she does an amazing job portraying Bathsheba in the episode. So make sure you guys check that out, because it make you realize these are not just side characters. These were people that we were supposed to believe these were real people, and we were supposed to glean something from them as well as the main characters. And the fact that you can have no empathy for them is just mind-boggling to me. It's just mind-boggling. Hey, you guys, thanks for all of you listening over on YouTube. We're going to be live for about another 45 minutes unless we meet our gift goal, and then we'll be live for an hour 45. If you are a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible, come on up and talk to us today. We want to know, what if you're wrong? That is the question today. We're having conversations with Christians and talking to them. Although there just hasn't been a lot of Christians coming up this morning, but that's what we want to do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So come on up, talk with us. I promise we won't gang up on you. We just want to talk. We're not going to yell or scream. I have my reminder note to calm down. Thank you, Cyber. Thank you. And if you want to talk with us and tell us what you think it means if you were wrong, come on up. Let's have a conversation. Hey, Jay, you guys, Jay Gilmore and I will be live on Decon Q&A with CrystalJae in September. It is September, is it 7th, Jay? I forget now because I don't have my calendar in front of me, but I think it's the 7th. We are going to be live right after Atheist Sunday School. So I'm trying to have a Decon Q&A every Sunday after Sunday school, because I think it's a great time to go live.
And
you guys,
I will
thank you so much.
And I was going to say, I'll admit, since I haven't been going live, I've been on a hiatus for my own life for about 2 months. It's kind of made me feral. So I'll try not to go off and crash out on guests.
Okay, I appreciate that. You guys, thank you for helping me reach my gift goal. We will do the Shibu next. I don't even know if you guys can see me. Yes, ma'am.
Randy, I don't know if you've talked with Randy before, but they were saying they could come up and share something. I think they're not an actor. They're friendly.
Okay, yes. Come on up, Randy.
The list guy.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
AZ Mike loves Cyber's crash outs.
Hi, Crystal.
Hi, Randy. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. I love your page. So thank you for all you do. It's wonderful.
Okay, now that you're up here, Randy, hold on, not to be rude, but we need to get this list straightened out. So, CrystalJae.
Oh, the list.
Slay.
Can I tell the story? Oh my gosh. I'll try to be brief. I'm
listening. I'm just gonna walk away for 1 second to get a drink, but I can hear. Go ahead.
Okay, I was watching a Christian channel where somebody had made the claim that all atheists think that the Big Bang was the beginning of everything and that there was nothing before the Big Bang. And the atheist it was a Christian Live, and the atheist that was speaking said, no. Most atheists think that they don't know, or they think that maybe there was something before. And they were like, no, I've heard it. I know atheists, and none of them, like literally none of them. If you were looked at the top 10 atheists on TikTok, none of them think that there is anything before the Big Bang. And so I was like, no, actually, I'll list all the top 10 atheists, TikTokers, and they all agree that we either don't know or that it definitely wasn't the beginning of everything. So I made this list, and I copied it and pasted in there, and then it was the end of it. And then I jumped over to Mezzo and Joel's page, and I just pasted it because it was still in my copy. And then it got read as that this was the meaning of, like, this is number 1 and this is number 10.
Yeah, the order of things.
Yeah, and Joel got super offended because he was number 10, and it was just arbitrarily, not even meaning. And I felt so bad.
They moved me down to number 10. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just so excited that I made the list.
Wait. Did I make the list?
Cyber, you are definitely on the list.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
But you weren't when I pasted it. It was, again, I was just like quickly thinking, and you weren't there. I'm sorry. But yeah, I had Dr. Blitz and all of Matt. I had Matthew. What was funny is then Joel got all kind of butthurt about it, and then he's like, and who's this Matthew guy that I'm right underneath? And so I mentioned it to Matthew, and I think Matthew got butthurt, but Joel didn't. And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this list anymore.
Matthew is going to be also on my show. He was supposed to be on my show this week, but I got sick, so I couldn't. I just had really bad stomach aches all night, so I just could not go live on that day. But it'll probably be this week. I have to talk to him. We have to reschedule real quick. But yeah, Matthew's going to be on my show too. It's going to be an early show. I don't do early well. So if you want to see me look like a total dick, it'll be fun. It'll be fun because I am not awake at 8 a.m.
Yeah, he said he was all excited. He was talking about you on his last live, and he just hit 25K followers, so he's all excited about that.
That's awesome.
I know.
That's awesome.
I love
Matthew discussing beliefs. If you are not following him, he's amazing. You guys should be. Yeah, he's incredible.
He covers a wide variety of topics too.
Yeah. And I think he gets a lot, like he mentions Daniel a lot for the trying really hard to be calm like Daniel. I think we all try to be like Daniel when trying to keep that level of calm. Yeah, yes, calm down.
Calm down.
Or like Ian does it too. He's really good at staying calm. It's tough.
I know, he really is.
So the reason I asked to come up, and I'll try to be quick. I know this is not off topic. So in Joel's live yesterday, somebody brought up the Fibonacci sequence, which I didn't know much about. I've heard about it, and of course it's, there was a Christian who was pointing to it saying, look at the hand of God is everywhere. This is evidence of God. And if you haven't seen it, it's the sequence or the spiral that you get when you look at like maps of hurricanes. It's always in a spiral. It starts small and gets bigger and bigger as it goes out. And you'll see that exact same, literally mathematically exactly the same spiral in like pine cones, in sunflower seeds. Yeah, exactly. Snail shells. Yeah, snail shells too. And I was like, boy, that is pretty, for people that are into numerology and symbolism and all that, I can understand why they would say, look, this curve couldn't possibly be replicated. It's even in the galaxy arms of the galaxy too. it's exactly mathematically the same. And so you're thinking, well, wow, maybe this is, interesting to think about. So I did some deep diving, and I was talking to one of my coworkers who coincidentally used to teach it's like an elementary school, kind of a science camp weekend class called natural geometry. And he explained it to me in less than 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. Other people should hear about this. And he focused on snails versus worms. You ever seen a worm? If you look really closely, you can kind of see it's got little lines going down it. And that's because when the worm is growing, it's getting longer and fatter at the same time. But worms are not very well designed. Because when they grow, they just keep growing. Like if it's a 1 by 3 millimeter worm, then the next day it's a 1 by 4 millimeter, and then the next day it's 1 by 5. It's just growing longer and gaining these little rings. It's only growing one direction. Whereas snails, as their shell is forming, it grows in a curve because there's strength in attaching to one of your existing pieces. So it keeps going on a curve. So as you're getting longer and fatter, you start to create this curve because it makes more sense for one of your walls to touch one of your existing walls. That's where this curve comes from. So anytime nature grows where you're going longer and fatter at the same time, this curve occurs. And when you look at it from like a millimeter by millimeter, you can see it makes like it almost couldn't do anything else but to do this, to create this exact same curve. And that's why it's replicated. Anytime anything in nature grows longer and fatter at the same time, it creates this curve that looks exactly the same as all those things we talked about. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And it's great for like elementary school kids, but it's great for me too. And I was like, that's awesome. I love hearing that natural geometry just kind of exists.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
It reminds me of laminin. Do you guys know what laminin is? Okay, so do you know who Louis Giglio is? He's just some preacher who he had this series. I think it was like a DVD set called Indescribable, but he popularized this thing where it's basically like Christians apologizing for like this is proof of God, because literally this thing called laminin, it's cell adhesion protein that they're trying to like project meaning onto. It's just like a squiggly little protein, but they like to say that it looks like a cross, and that's proof of God.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Okay, wait. I'm gonna show you guys the best I can. Can you guys?
Oh yeah. Oh, it does kind of look like a cross.
Well, yeah. It doesn't always look exactly perfectly like that either. Sometimes it looks more like a hook, and sometimes it's just like this squiggly little, But
well, sorry, Chad, I'm cooked. I'm a Christian now.
I knew it. No. I knew I was going too far showing the pictures. I'm sorry.
Don't show the picture.
Dang it.
There was a couple of other experiments he was telling me about, because once I heard, his class it was like 2 1-hour sessions with kids, and all they did was talk about natural geometry. I'm like, tell me more about this. And he goes, okay, check this out. We do this other kind of demonstration where they use like a hammock, and they get 3 softballs, and they put 3 softballs on the hammock, and they're like, well, before they do it, he says, what do you think if I put these 3 softballs on the hammock, what are they going to do? What kind of position will they end up in? And it ends up in a perfect equilateral triangle every time, because that's what 3 spheres on a surface like that always do. And he says when you do bubbles, if you do 3 bubbles attached to each other, they create a perfect equilateral triangle. And then when you add 4, it creates a tetrahedron. And that tetrahedron, he goes, it's very interesting because it's exactly the same one. When you drop sand out of hourglass, the sand creates a tetrahedron. And it's the same when you tetrahedron that creates, or triangle that it creates when a bunch of people at an airport, all of a sudden the gate opens up and they all go through the gate. The line, the form that we create as we go through is the same figure. It's like over and over. Whenever you have a lot of things trying to go through a small space at the same time, it creates the same shape because it's just geometry, and it's natural geometry. But it makes people go, oh, look, it's repeating here and here and here, and as sand drops you know, and even
and humans don't have any pattern recognition skills, so that's just crazy that we're able to see patterns. Hey, hang on one second. Rocky says, you guys, this is really important, okay? Rocky says, leading people away from the Lord and laughing about it on record. We are on record now, you guys. I think that's going to be on our permanent high school record too. I think we're in big trouble.
Wait.
Rocky's been such a good little boy today, just feeding the algorithm for us. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Wait. I thought God already had it on record that I'm Jewish and we crucified Jesus.
Yeah, I thought it was already on record. I thought all of this was on record. I believed that when we unalived, we would all have to sit down and watch entire movies of each other's lives from beginning to end, because isn't there something in the Bible that says something like everything that was like about us that was unseen will be seen by everybody, or something like that? Like there's something about that in the Bible, because I really believed that people are going to see everything I ever did.
Now let's keep in mind though, this Yahweh character is so powerful, so amazing, that my non-existent, like however many great grandpas it takes to get to Jacob, was beating him, and the only way he could win was by giving him a nut tap. So
So anyway, I just wanted to kind of share my exciting findings with others. Like, wow, it makes sense, you know, like certain things just don't have a choice but to, like the softballs on the hammock, they have to go that way because that's the most efficient way that geometry works together. And, you know, bubbles that connect to each other, it's not like magic that's making them create like beautiful shapes or like when crystals form and snowflakes and all that. It's just, there's no other way when you have, that was, he talked about crystals because they're all like what's a six-sided figure? I forgot that now. It's a six-sided hexagon. So once the elements and the carb or the atoms or the are connected by six ends, then everything else kind of creates that same six-ended connection of all of these chains, and that's why snowflakes have a lot of hexagons in them, and it goes all the way down to the atomic structures. But it's really kind of fascinating how it all works and how they kind of reappear in many places. So I just wanted to share that.
Well,
Thank you, Randy.
Well, I was going to say just real quick, something I learned from listening to Dr. Blitz, because the Fibonacci sequence gets brought up to him quite a bit because he's, depending on who you ask, he's a mathematician or a physicist. But what he will do is, because the Fibonacci sequence isn't the fact that it's just a spiral, the spiral's a specific size. And so Christians seem to forget that it's not just a spiral. The spiral has to be a specific size. So, because the way you get it, you take like 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2. That's how you get the Fibonacci sequence. That's how you get the spiral. And so he'll be like, give me an example. And they'll usually bring up like a Snell or stuff like this. So he'll bring them up. He'll do 1-to-1, make it into scale. And unfortunately, while it is a spiral, the Fibonacci sequence just doesn't actually line up with it. So Christians seem to think that it looks like a spiral, but the Fibonacci being a spiral isn't what matters. What matters is the actual mathematics of the spiral, and that doesn't line up with a lot of things.
Hey, I need to address something in chat really quick again. I want to address this because it gets brought up on my lives quite a bit. Malachi would like everybody to know that this is what happens after you hit menopause. You go live on TikTok, you get cool glasses, you have nice hair. I'm not really sure which part of that you're addressing, but if you were trying to insult me because I have gone through menopause and I am a grandma, what you're literally saying, Malachi, the Christian who is so full of love, is that I should be dead already. That when you insult somebody for being old, what you're really saying is, why the fuck are you still alive? And I think that's a pretty horrific thing to say to somebody. Like, shouldn't we be wishing everybody get old? Shouldn't we be wanting that for them? Especially if we're Christians full of love, shouldn't old age be something that we are wishing for everybody? I have survived this God-forsaken hellscape of a planet, and that makes you upset for some reason, and I'm not really sure why. I don't really get it, Malachi.
I'm going to go let
You want to
Justin.
come up and talk to me?
I'm going to go let Justin, Jaron, Joel, Mezzo, Joyful, let them know, hey, we're doing this wrong. We haven't been through menopause yet, and we can't go through menopause. What the fuck are we doing on TikTok?
Crystal,
I look like
I'm
I
so
brew
glad
potions.
that you're alive.
Thank you, Schley. I'm glad I'm alive too because I'm a grandma and I'm proud of that. That's the best title I've ever had. And I've had some cool titles in my lifetime, but that's one of the best. And I don't know, I just don't understand why people think that insulting somebody because they're older than them makes them look cool or something. It's really weird. And my daughter gets it. My daughter is in her late 20s. And she says she gets that from like people in their early 20s and late teens. They'll be like, you're just so old. And she's like, dude, I'm not even 30 yet. What the fuck? You know? But Malachi now says that I look like I brew potions. What does somebody who looks like they brew potions look like? Because the priests in your Bible brewed potions. They made potions. Have you ever heard of bitter waters? Have you heard of that? They also made other potions too. Like, you are literally from a blood cult. And you're judging me on the way I look. That's so weird, dude. And it's very, I don't know, when I was a Christian, I just didn't go around insulting people because they didn't believe like me. I find that weird. Does anybody else find that weird?
I feel like they don't have much left. I think I was having this conversation yesterday with as there's fewer and fewer places that God can be attributed, and he used to be on Mount Olympus, but then people went up to Mount Olympus and like, nope, no, there's no Zeus here, and he used to be at the bottom of the oceans where Poseidon was supposed to be, and when we went down there, like, well, he's not here either. So when you're in a religion where he's kind of going further and further away and only exists in places now where before we were created or after we die, where we may never be able to figure out whether or not he's really there, they panic and they start to get like they realize that it's going away, and they have to kind of start like kidding themselves, lying to themselves, and then they get really angry. And I think there's just this anger within them that they know logically that this is going away. Their books are so outdated, and we can point to them saying, hey, we used to think this and this. You don't think that anymore. Now they have to do the dance. I think they're frustrated. And so when they see the people who they think it's our fault, so they point to us and call us names. I think that's where we're at.
I agree.
100%.
And I like how Ken points out that it's always, Ken, it's always the counts that don't show their face that like to attack people for the way they look. Dude, you are obviously so ugly, you won't even show your face. At least I'm beautiful and I'm not afraid to show it. Okay? You, on the other hand, you must be really muttly if you can't put a profile picture with your actual face on it. Little anonymous dweebs. You guys, I can't get a Christian up here to save me. Randy, I'm going to drop you down, but thanks for coming up, and thanks for letting me be on the list. That is amazing. You guys, make sure you follow Randy. And let's do W in the chat for Randy right now. Everybody, that was really interesting, and I'm glad he shared that. By the way, I am not as smart as Ian. I'm not as smart as nobody. I'm not as smart as anybody on this entire fucking app. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But I want to be smarter. I saw somebody request, but when I go to click, it doesn't let me bring you up. But I want to be smarter. And Thee mentioned something the other day that I was like, I'd forgotten about that. So let me remind all of you right now, the Khan Academy is free, and they have an app, and you can sign up for classes. You can work them at your own pace, and then you can bookmark where you are to pick up where you left off. And so in my free time now, instead of playing Bejeweled or some kind of stupid little game on my phone, I'm using the Khan Academy, and I'm going back and I'm retaking some high school classes that I can honestly admit that I skated by on and fell asleep through most of them. I graduated, but barely, because my sister died right before I went into high school, and nobody addressed that. Nobody addressed that. So it was tough going through high school after you lose a sibling. And so while before I started high school, I had straight A's, I had perfect attendance until I was in 8th grade. I was the perfect student because, let's remember, I had abandonment issues. So you have to be perfect when you have those abandonment issues. But after my sister passed away, my grades really went downhill. And so I'm retaking some of those classes on the Khan Academy, and I'm going to learn about biology and evolution, and I'm going to learn math and more stuff about the Fibonacci sequence and stuff, and it's all free. My son graduated from MIT, and the founder of the Khan Academy was the one who gave the commencement speech that year, in the year 2012. And ever since then, obviously, I've been a fan, but I just didn't think about redoing things like that, taking classes. So yeah, if you guys want, you can go download the app. It's absolutely free.
For a second there, I thought you said you're going to.
Give me 1 second, guys.
One.
About what?
Oh, for a second there, I thought you said you're going to learn more about the Anunnaki. And I was like, wait, has Fireboy came back?
Hang on 1 second. I need to send somebody a message real quick.
But while we are waiting, keep tapping that screen, sharing the live. If you have any neighbors that are, live to the right or left of you, across the street, behind, run over to their house, knock on the door, and be like, there is a filthy group of atheists right now saying God doesn't exist. Get on TikTok and go debate them. Go tell them they're wrong.
Yes, do it, and do it now. Menopausal atheists. Yes, there's menopausal atheists who are here talking shit on your God. You guys, we just want to know, what if you're wrong? It's just a really simple conversation. What if you're wrong? Okay, you BRB, girl. What do you think that means to us as humanity if you're wrong, if you've been wrong this entire time? What things have you been maybe telling people that might not actually be from your God, even though you thought it was? Come talk to us. The guest box is open. I will eventually be having a way for you guys over on YouTube to also call in, probably through Discord, since the Video Ninja thing gives people my IP and I don't want them to have that. We'll probably set something up with Discord.
Anyways, I'm going to hop down, but thanks for having me up.
Cyber, thanks for coming up. DM me, let's get together. Whether we do all three or if I do 2 separate shows, let's get together, okay?
All right, sounds good, sounds good.
All right, talk to you soon. Love you, Cyber. You guys make sure you give it up for Cyber in the chat. W Cyber in the chat. Always a pleasure to have Cyber up here. Okay, I'm alone. Should I sing some of Joel's songs, you guys? How much money has been wasted on religion that could have been used for food and medicine? Yes, and how much money is being hoarded by Catholicism, frankly. Like, they hoard so much wealth. And then I know that Scientology has nothing to do with Christianity, but they are also another religion that hoards wealth. The wealth it gets me when people come up and tell me, but good things have happened too. Christians feed the poor a fraction of what they bring in. And that is not what tithing was supposed to be. Tithing literally was supposed to be, you bring in your offerings, we store it in a storehouse, and when people are hungry, we will have food for them. But they turned it into money, and then they kept the money and bought themselves cars and parsonages and Gucci and Louis Vuitton. The Mormon church, whew, that's another one. That is another one for sure. So if you're a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible, we want to talk to you today. What if you're wrong? You guys, I don't know why I'm not at 50,000 likes already. I should be at 100. Usually by the 3-hour mark, we've reached 100,000. So if you could please go get your toys. They're in the left-hand drawer. You know where you keep them, in the nightstand. And you might need to replace the batteries first, but then come over, put it on your screen, and then, get those likes up. That's all I'm saying. They'd rather burn the food than feed the people. That is horrifically true. That is true. I am just reading stuff over on YouTube now. It's been a quiet day over here. I saw Christians come through too. They don't realize that I know they're Christians, but I watch them on everybody else's live. So I'm not sure why they're not coming up today. Wait, what video, Liz? Did I miss a video? I feel like I missed something. What's going on over there on YouTube? You guys got any questions or commentaries or anything today? What you got for me over on YouTube this morning? Thank you so much for being there. I really appreciate it. There is not a button to join the TikTok conversation from a PC yet, to my knowledge, unfortunately. It's only done through the app. Oh, yes, you are the one who, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Hey, Ben, how are you? Ben, I need to get together with you because we need to do a decon Q&A with CrystalJae, okay? So I'm going to send you a DM, but if I forget, you can DM me because sometimes, my ADHD brain forgets things when I get off the air. You guys, thank you for the 43,000 likes. Thank you for helping me reach my first gift goal. We will now be live an hour and 15 more minutes. If you are a Christian, we want to know, what if you're wrong? What does that mean? Oh, no. My daughter has COVID too. I'm so sorry, Fen. It sucks. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Oh my gosh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. I have my beautiful friend, my BFF. No, she is one of my BFFs. Slay with me today. I have a lot of BFFs. My kids kind of tease me about that because I call it, like, almost anybody who's a friend with me, I will call them my best friend because, like, I just love my friends. You know what I mean? So, like, I have a best friend. I have a couple best friends from Kansas. My best friend Erin, and my best friend Jennifer, and then my best friend Schley, and my best friend Benny, and my best friend Joyful. I have a lot of best friends. I'm glad you took the day off work. I saw J-Rob pop in. J-Rob, you want to come up and talk about what if you're wrong? That's what we're talking about today. We're just having a conversation.
Best friends in the world. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. My best friend. Rooster says we live on a flat earth and there's a dome over us and it's called the firmament. And I almost feel like since that sentence was just so perfectly placed there that that's a troll. I don't know. I don't know. That's just my guess. Yeah, I call BFFs are better than POSFFs. That's true, Ken. Well, thank you, Randy. I always come across like this very outgoing person, but socially, like in person, I'm not. I get very shy in person when I'm meeting people, especially like if I meet somebody from online for the first time, they're always shocked that I'm very quiet at first. At first, once I get to know you a little bit in person, then I'm the same way again. But I don't know, I have social anxiety, so I act weird.
Me too. My brain glitches. I can't help it. I get nervous.
Me too. And this happens with my own children, by the way. So it's not just like a stranger thing or anything. Rooster, you're highly educated and you think the earth is flat. Honey, those two words don't go together. Those sentences don't go together. Highly educated, flat earth, don't think so. But with my own kids, like when I haven't seen them for a while, hey, Stotsky, I always feel a little weird because if you're parents of younger children, when your children grow into their own and you realize, like, it's a hard thing to go from knowing everything about your child, which you do when you're home with them all the time and stuff like that, to suddenly they have these entire lives that don't involve you at all. You go from being the most important part of that human's life to them having entire lives away from you that you have no idea, you know?
That's very rude. How very dare them.
I know.
I'm in a phase right now with my daughter. She just started first grade, and every day she gets in the car and she's like, guess what I did today? And I'm just soaking it in because I know there's going to be a day where she just like rolls her eyes and does not want to talk to me at all. And so I'm like, what did you do, baby girl?
You know, I just want you to know that doesn't always happen. If you're close with your kids when they're young and you give them that open communication and stuff, the only time I had like some pushback from any of my kids was from one of my children who was literally having some hard times that I wasn't aware of. And I didn't understand the pushback because I didn't know the whole story because she didn't want me to know the whole story, which is her right? It would be years later that I would find out why there was some pushback during that time in our relationship. But still, other than what was happening and what was bothering her in that time period, she still told me everything. Like this is so funny when I thought about this the other day. I knew so much about their little high school lives that I knew who was dating who on the campus and I could point them out. Like, because when I would pull up, they would tell me, that's da-da-dun, that's da-da-dun, that's da-da-dun. So one day, they asked me to drop something off at their drama room, but like go behind the school to do it, right? So I pull up to do it, and I see, we'll call him Bobby, with Jenny, but Jenny's not his girlfriend.
Oh,
I know who his girlfriend is. So I went and said, hey, kids, does Brittany know that Bobby's, with Jenny? And they were like, no. And they were like, oh my God, we have to tell you everything, Mom,
No.
So I want you to know that she will still tell you everything. The reason why parents have relationships where the kids get older and do that is when there's a very controlling situation or where you have said, I want you to tell me everything. I will make this safe for you. And then they tell you something and you don't make it safe.
Yeah,
You go
we try
off.
not to be like reactive and stuff when they tell us stuff. And both of my kids do really talk to us, and I hope it changes. I just know, like you get a little moody, your body's changing, hormones come into play, so I'm expecting a little difference. But right now she is just, and she's always just so excited to see us. Oh, she's such a little love,
Oh yeah, for sure. Here are some other great tips that do you guys just want parenting tips while we wait for Christian?
Yeah.
Here are my parenting tips, okay? Whenever you can, walk around your house and like cantor or whatever, like sing like a priest, okay? About whatever it is you're talking about. Like, for instance, I might want to know if Jesse's cooking dinner tonight. Oh, I never say my kids' names, but I did. Oh, well. I might want to know whether they are cooking dinner tonight, so I will go, whose turn is it to make dinner? Is it my time or is it yours? So if you do that, I find that it's a great way to communicate with your kids. And when they are 20 and they're drunk on campus, they will pick up the phone and say, Mom, can you do your priest thing for my friends?
That's amazing. Do they sing it back like, yes, I'm making spaghetti?
Sometimes they sing it back. Sometimes they just answer me, but they don't ask me to stop. They think it's funny. Other things that I have done is I will also sing like the B-52s, any song that they request. And I do that on phone calls. Like, I'm telling you, they call me when they're at parties and go, Mom, sing Taylor Swift like the B-52s or whatever. I can't think of a Taylor Swift song right now, or I would do it. But let me think. It's all about the, I gotta think of one. Wait. Somebody give me a song that everybody knows. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Like, I will do that. So, yeah, that's what I do to my kids. And also, I lied when I said I don't know how to scat, because I sure the fuck know how to scat. I just didn't want to scat in that song. But I used to listen to Al Jarreau all the time. And if you guys don't know who Al Jarreau is, I'm old. We said that already, okay? So he's somebody from a long time ago. Anyway, he would scat, and I would listen to him on the way to dropping them off at school. I've told this, I think, to Thinker before. And I had a 300M, which I didn't know. But I found out on Reddit when I owned it that was known as a car that people who deal in stuff drives. I didn't know that. I bought it used. It was a really nice car. It had all the bells and whistles. But yeah, I guess that back in the day that was known for people who do that, which I had no clue. So anyway, I would pull up. Everybody liked my car, and I guess that's why they liked my car. And I would roll down the windows and have the sunroof open with Al Jarreau playing and Al Jarreau scatting, and I would scat as loud as I could while I dropped them off at school. And I would even tell my son, listen, if you have a hard day on your test today, just stop, just take a deep breath, and then scat. You'll feel so much better, and then you'll be able to get through the test. These are the parenting tips you all needed today. You know you needed it. And yes, my granddaughter, I saw you guys over on YouTube. My granddaughter is spoiled. I love her to death. She can do no wrong. She is going to be joined by a little boy in January. So I'm going to have a grandson too, and I'm going to spoil them both rotten. I actually helped design their bedrooms. Her bedroom is a J-pop theme, and I came up with getting her name in neon, and then we made this like little light up stage area for her. And it's just the cutest room ever. And then his room is Calvin and Hobbes theme, his nursery. How cute is that?
Oh, that is so cute. Wait, so does she use her stage?
What?
Does she use her stage yet? Do you get like little...
I don't know because I was only out there for the week that they moved in. So I was out there doing all the ordering and stuff. So I didn't get to see it yet. But she's showing me as she fixes it. But I don't know if she uses it yet. I'm really excited. I can't wait for her to start doing little shows on her little stage area. Yeah, she is a little J-pop fan for sure. Anytime she was getting fussy, yeah, she's 16 months now. Whenever she was getting fussy, I would just put J-pop music on for her and she would just calm down and just stare at the screen like, yay, I like this. This is good music.
Yeah,
oh,
music
congratulations,
is
Ken. Music
Amazing
is
tool.
amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Ken. First grandkid, that's great.
Thank you for the 50,000, you guys. If we can, in the next hour, 15 minutes, get to 75,000, at least we'll be closer to my goal. If we got to 100,000, that would be amazing. But if you could do 75,000, I'd appreciate it. If homosexuality is wrong when it shouldn't exist, not just in humans, but pre-humans, as other hominids, such as bonobos and spider monkeys, can be homosexual, which means our common ancestors were as well. I agree. If it was wrong, I don't even see any legitimate reason for it to be wrong. The only thing that I ever thought, even as a Christian, which I'll talk to you guys about what I told my children about homosexuality when I was a Christian. I thought maybe God said that at first because he wanted us to populate the earth. And he, that's why he wanted us to engage in same-sex relations. But I could not see any reason why it was an abomination. Oh, by the way, I think I posted it on the Discord. I do have an entire research paper that Rabbi Burt gave me on that word abomination and why it doesn't mean what you think it does in the Bible there, by the way. So if you want to check that out, that's in the Discord. But when my kids were growing up, I thought about all the people in my life that I loved who were in the LGBTQIA community. And there was not one thing that I could see that made these people an abomination, frankly. And so I couldn't hate them. It just wasn't in me. And I couldn't believe that a loving God would actually want me to. So I prayed about it. And I meditated on it, if you will, marinated in it. And then I sat my children down. And by the way, I know this is going to sound weird, but I was a Christian. I was weird. You guys, I was weird. I always tried to, since my children were really, really young, tried to see if they were LGBTQIA because I had so many friends who had told me that they knew when they were really young. And if my children were, I wanted to know they were loved still. But, so I didn't say things like, that were inappropriate for the age. I would just be like, so do you, do you have any girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever, like the little things you already asked, like anybody you got a crush on at school, or whatever, like that. And I couldn't tell anything. Okay. That doesn't mean they didn't know. I just couldn't tell. That's all I'm saying. But then I realized, what does it matter? Like, what does it matter one way or the other? I just want them to know they're loved. That's the message, right? That's what I want to make sure they know. So I sat them down and I told them, listen, I know what they're going to teach you in church about the LGBTQIA community. And I just want you to know that we are not going to hate them, not in this house. That's not going to be okay with me. As a matter of fact, not only are you not to hate anybody who's in the LGBTQIA community, they should be your friends. Like, you should be the one who stands up for them. You should be the one who friends them. You should be the one who, if they're being bullied, you stop the bully. You stand up for them. You be the one. That's who we are in this household. That's what we're going to do. Because when I die and I get to heaven and Jesus looks at me and he says to me, hey, Crystal, did you love the LGBTQIA community? I'm going to say, yes, Lord, I did. And if he says, why would you do that? I'm going to say, because I want to decide on the air of love. Like, I wanted, if I made a mistake, I wanted that mistake to be on the side of love. And I thought that if you knew it was because of love that I did this, that, like, you would be okay with that.
So
And,
would you say that was like the start of your cognitive dissonance? I mean, one of
it was just one of them. Yes, definitely one. It was a big one. It was a big one.
It was for me too. Yeah.
Just to let you know that absolutely no regrets in doing that, because 2 of 3 of my children are in the LGBTQIA community. And that day I told them something.
Mm-hmm.
That day I told them, I'm always on your side. And not only am I always on your side, I expect all of you to be on each other's side. And they knew, whoever that was sitting there that day knew, she just told my whole family they have to stand up for me.
Yeah.
And she said she's going to stand up for me. And she said she loves me. And when it was time for them to come out, they didn't feel ashamed. They didn't feel bad. They didn't feel the need to hide it. As a matter of fact, my daughter-in-law came out to me before she came out to her own family.
Wow. What a gift that you've provided, because they know they have that safe space, and man, if I would have had that, and if I would have been told those things, I mean, we live in the here and now, and I tried to do that, but sometimes you can't help but think about all the things that could have been, like, what if I did have that space to feel safe and to explore those ideas and be honest with myself and everyone else. So that's beautiful.
I know I tell you guys like a lot of things about my relationship with my kids. I don't tell you about all the things I fucked up on. I was not a perfect mom. We yelled a lot in our house when my kids were growing up. And if you yell in your house and you think it doesn't affect your children, I want you to know it does. It affects them very badly. And if I could do anything to go back and change, it would be the way my husband and I fought in front of our children and how we yelled when we got in fights in our house. I hate it. We were very much like that. We are not now. We don't do that now, but we did it for years, and the damage was done. And if I could take anything back, so if I can have any of you hear a message today, I don't care. Stay a Christian. I don't care. Just don't yell in front of your kids, and don't yell at your kids. Don't do it.
Yeah. It's very destabilizing.
It is.
For
It
them.
is. And to be fair, it was the household I was raised in. I went through different kinds of abuse when I was growing up, and I tell people this when we are trying to get rid of generational abuse. I don't think it always happens in one generation, especially if the abuse started off really horrific, you know? I think sometimes as the next generation has kids, they take the thing that hurt them the most and say, that was abuse to me, and I'm not going to do that. But they don't realize that other things that happened to them were also abusive, and they continue some of those other things, if that makes sense. So for my father, he was very, very physically abused, but he never laid a hand on me, my father who raised me. You will hear me talk about my father who did abuse me. That's my bio father, okay? My father who raised me threatened me all the time with his fist, which was just another thing altogether, but he never, ever actually physically hurt me. But the verbal abuse was there, you know? And so when I became a parent, I was like, well, I'm not going to hit, and I'm not going to say the mean things and be verbally abusive. But I didn't realize how traumatizing just the yelling was, just the fighting, and I didn't know I had mental illness, to be honest with you. I didn't know that, neither did Doug. We were totally unaware that we did, because let's face it, we weren't as bad as what our parents did, so we can't be, right? You know what I mean? Like we're good people. We don't hit our kids. We don't, you know, I don't call my kids names, but unfortunately we did other things. And so I don't want you guys to ever think that I've come up here thinking I was the perfect parent. And if my kids ever listen to these, I don't want them to go, oh, so mom thinks she was a perfect parent. Because I don't. I want them to know I'm very well aware that I have faults and that I had faults and that I did things. And I think they know that because we talk and I apologize and I give them space to tell me things, you know?
Oh, Randy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you just said, and I think they do know. You gave them a safe space when you could, and you did the best that you knew how. And that's so much more than a lot of people can say. So I think it's evident that you are a good mom, and you know, it is a lot of work to undo and to rewire when you come from abusive environments. I know for the longest time, I was an adult before I realized and fully faced the fact, and it's still hard for me to say and like call the things abuse because I just thought it was normal. I just thought this is what every family, this is how mom and dads are. And like, I just thought I also thought I deserved it and it was my fault. And unpacking all of that does take a lot of time, and you have to step up to like doing the work, and it's not easy. And at every season of life, it shows up differently. When your kid turns this age, it's going to manifest in this way. And then when they turn another age, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, what, for real? It's showing up this way. So it's just an ongoing thing, but we do the best, right? Like we just do the best we can with the knowledge we have, and we try to just keep becoming more and more educated and aware.
Yeah, and I think that's what my dad did. I think that although he was very verbally abusive, sometimes I don't know, if any of you have ever suffered from verbal abuse, after a while almost becomes comical to you, just like it does when people come up here and yell at us, where it doesn't really affect us as much anymore because we're like, oh my God, we've heard it all. You know, what can you say to us that's going to hurt us at this point? my dad would say things and it would end up making me laugh because I would think that is just so dumb. Like, I remember specifically he would do this. He would be trying to get us to take a photo, like a family photo, and he would get so aggravated with us. I don't even know what the aggravation was. Were we not standing right? Were we not smiling the way? He would just be like, oh my God, just get over there. That's the way he talked. I always like to talk like my dad. Just get over there. God damn it, you bunch of bastards. Just get over there. And I remember thinking, even as a young kid, I would thought, oh yeah, that's going to make us all smile. We're all going to be so happy now for this picture. What the hell?
Yeah.
Dad?
It's like this reactionary style, right? Where everything is just irritating, everything pisses them off, and it does become quite comical. And I just remember, like, I think I was like 16 or something. I was probably for sure just in a snotty mood, but like I was coming down the stairs and I'm sure I had just like a scowl on my face. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just have RBF. But at any rate, my dad, proceeds to, lay hands on me, and he's like, "You just never smile. Why don't you smile?" And thinking that like that's gonna make the difference between me smile. Like, what are you doing? Now I think about that, and I'm just like, what was the point? What were the thoughts going through it? Like, he was just truly just in that moment so angry that I had a certain look on my face. I don't know.
Yeah. It's wild.
Bizarre.
Peter, why don't you come up and talk to us? I'll send you an invite. Come on up and talk to us. If you're over 18 and you're a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible. Hi, Peter. How are you today?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. Are you a Christian?
I am.
And are you over 18?
Yes.
Okay. So the question today is, what if you're wrong? And we get asked this a lot by Christians who say, if you're wrong, you will go to hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing bad happens. But I think that if Christianity is wrong, it means it's always been wrong, because you can't just be wrong today and not have the whole thing be wrong. And if it's always been wrong, there has been tremendous harm done to society.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Sure, if it's wrong, then that's probably the biggest conspiracy of mankind. If it's wrong. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We have not had anybody agree with that. That was a Christian. They think that there's been no harm done to society.
No, goodness no. The Catholic Church, I think, is hiding an enormous amount of something. Who knows what it is at the Vatican? Like, they're hiding something. But I mean, if it's right, it changes the world. But if it's wrong, it destroys the world. It's kind of.
How does it change the world if it's right?
Well, my understanding is that most people refuse to believe that, Jesus Christ is a person who walked the planet, Savior, all that. They refuse to believe the entire concept of it because people don't like knowing that they're wrong. They like their fun way of life, and they just don't want to stop.
Is that why you think I don't believe? Because I like my fun way of life and I don't want to stop?
Everybody has their own particular reasons why they don't want to believe, but
What do you mean by want? Like, because I can't want to believe something. Either I believe something or I don't. Like, I can't believe right now. Wait, let me finish real quick. I can't believe right now if I wanted to. There's nothing that could make me believe right now that my phone is a toaster. Like, I know it's not a toaster. And I can't believe it if I wanted to, because the evidence that's been presented to me has not shown me that it's a toaster. It's shown me that it's a phone. Only thing that ever makes me believe something different than what I already believe is some kind of evidence that changes my mind. I don't get to decide any of my beliefs. My beliefs are based on whether my brain believes what has been presented to me.
Yeah, that's fair. Sure.
So I can't want to believe. I mean,
Well,
I can want to, but it's not going to do anything.
It's as simple as there are currently people in the world that believe the Earth is flat. Okay, and there's to me the best scientific explanation is just take an airplane ride up to 70,000 feet and you will see the curvature of the Earth. It is painfully obvious that the Earth is round. I had a guy that I used to work with. I was like, okay, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? It's over the ocean. There's a ice wall around the ocean. I was like, well, that's easy. Why don't you go hop a flight to Europe and go take out over the ocean and take a picture of it. Let me see it. But I believe the Earth is round. So it's kind of like how much evidence is enough evidence. And some people are like, hey, there is no amount of evidence that I can show if you are confirmed in your heart that Christ isn't real and the Bible's not accurate, not true. So I mean,
I would need any evidence because the evidence that's been presented to me is the Bible, and the Bible has contradictions, anachronisms, and lots of problems, and within itself, it has problems. But other than that, there is no evidence, and certainly I might believe that Jesus was a person that lived at some point in time. But there's no reason for me to believe that he did anything that people claim he did in the Bible, because there were claims like that about many people, and I don't believe it about the other people either, because here we sit in 2025 with technology that we never had back then, and we still can't do the things that they're claiming he did.
Well, the things that Jesus claimed to have done don't require technology. It's stuff that happens outside of our realm of understanding. I mean, there's never going to be a man that walks on water.
But you're supposed to be able to do more than he did.
Where is that written at?
That's in the Bible.
I'm supposed to be able to do more than Jesus did?
You're supposed to be able to do better than greater works than he did.
Okay, why don't you read that passage to me, because I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right, hang on one second. I'll pull it up.
While she's looking for that, make sure you're tapping and sharing and helping us meet the gift goals, and see if you can maybe do a subscription or send out a couple subscriptions here on the TikTok and in YouTube.
YouTube, like you have a YouTube channel. Is it CrystalJae on? Is that your YouTube? Okay.
It is I am CrystalJae on YouTube. I am CrystalJae. The verse I'm talking about is John 14:12. Very truly I tell you, anyone who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and in fact will do greater works than these, because I am going to the Father.
So that does not, how do you interpret that as I'll be better than Christ? I'm confused.
You'll be able to do greater works than him. That's what I said. So you not only should be able to walk on water and heal people, you should be able to do greater things than that. Like maybe instead of feeding 5,000, you should be able to, feed 15,000. Hey, thank you, Zombified.
So mankind has in terms of feeding 5,000, mankind has the ability to end world hunger right now. It's greed that stops most people.
These were miracles. These weren't things done naturally. You pointed that out.
Okay, so God did a miracle, or Jesus did a miracle. We don't need a miracle, but there are single people.
You're supposed to do miracles in front of me greater than Jesus. He's not talking about doing things naturally. He's saying you can do the miracles he did, but greater.
Right. So it doesn't mean that I'll be better than Christ, but I'll be able to perform. Like if God,
but you can't.
Hold on. So Jesus, I think you're thinking of it in an odd way. So if Jesus showed us how to build a 10 by 10 shack, and that's how he left us, then he says, hey, instead of a 10 by 10 shack, I'm giving you the ability to build a mansion. I'm not necessarily better than Jesus. I'm just the works that I'm doing are of
I'm not saying you're better than Jesus. I'm saying you would be able to do greater miracles than he did. And none of you can do one miracle, not one miracle.
Okay, well, that's because people are born of a sinful nature and always fall short of perfection.
So Jesus lied.
No, I'm not saying
Yes, he did. He said you would do greater works. You just said you can't because of sinful nature. So either Jesus lied or you all are lying.
I can't answer for all Christians. I'm saying for me, I sin every day. I try not to, but I always fall short. Now, if I had more faith, who knows what would happen? I've never tried that way, but maybe someone else could.
So, Peter, the thing is, like, Jesus healed a blind man according to scripture. So if you can't do greater works, can you at least do that? Like, have you healed a blind man? Do you know any Christians that have healed blind men?
Oh goodness, yes. I know one of my friends in camp when he was in high school, made bones grow out of a guy's leg. Like the guy was a cripple, like a straight up cripple, and he made and I continue to be friends with this. I met him in high school. I'm still friends with him.
Where's the
you guys
case
have
study?
video?
What's that?
Where's the case study on that? Because that would be a medical miracle, and we would love to read about it. I'm sure lots of doctors and nurses would love to study that.
Okay, his name's Sean Kennedy.
And we have proof that he did this? There's video evidence or
He didn't video it. He prayed over the guy's leg and bones grew in his leg and he was no longer a cripple.
Yeah.
So you're called, I mean, you said evidence.
I want the medical record. That's not evidence. The medical records would be evidence.
He doesn't have any he went to a camp.
Okay, exactly. He doesn't have any because
so it didn't happen. So you're telling me what I saw in front of my eyeballs didn't happen?
What I'm telling you is that you guys don't know what happened.
That's the whole idea. I know that he prayed over the man's leg and bones grew in his leg.
If bones grew in his leg, there would be recorded evidence. It would have been national news, world
If you wanted to make it such things, if I don't
Peter, let me explain how it works. If he needed bones in his leg to begin with, there would be medical records to tell us, hey, he needs some bones in his leg. And then after the bones grew, you think this man would never go to a doctor and have an x-ray again to prove to people that he had an x-ray from before with no bones and an x-ray? No, let me finish. And an x-ray after with bones? What are you talking about? Peter, please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please, let's not do that. Please let me finish. So there would be medical records, and any human being that claims to have done such a miracle and provides no evidence is a shyster. Hey, Christ before Jesus, how are you? I brought you up just for the fun of it. I thought you might like to come up today. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
So what do you think? Do you think
really...
bones just grow back?
Hi, Jaron. I'm
me?
Shay.
Hey, Schley. That's an awesome name.
Yeah, Jaron, do you think that bones just grow back and we would have no medical records of that?
So, I guess, my main question is, did you see the bone inside the leg? Like, how did you verify it? Like, I understand it was apparently in front of your eyes, but how did you verify it?
Well, I wanted to answer the lady a few minutes ago, but apparently that was called interrupting.
So now you have the floor. Can you not talk now?
Yeah, I can. Okay, so you have a guy who takes a cane to go on a hiking trip, right? So obviously the bones, he has discomfort when walking. And when he gets prayed over, bones grow, no longer needs the cane, still doesn't walk with the cane to this day, runs and jumps just like anybody else. But you don't have to go to a doctor. You don't have to tell anyone. I haven't been to a doctor personally since I was 17. I'm 40 now. So, I mean, not telling people is an option.
Peter, do you know how inflammation works in the body?
Say that again.
I said, do you know how inflammation works in the body when you have an injury?
No.
Okay, so you have immobilization because you have a lot of inflammation, which is like swelling. So when that goes down, naturally, he's going to be able to maneuver his body better.
Okay, wouldn't the swelling go back up eventually?
Not necessarily if it heals correctly, or depending on how, the healing process goes and what the injury was. But there's science, right? Like, I don't know this case. I don't know his, lab work or what kind of injury he had to begin with. It doesn't sound like you do either. It doesn't sound like you have evidence that he had a lack of bone growth or some kind of mutation within his cells that were causing, right? So, like, I mean, why would you leap to fantastical explanations for a simple, like, scientifically explained?
Here's another case study. I just thought of it. I used to work with two twin guys. Yeah, their names are Matt and what was his brother's name? Shoot, their last name was Malone. Colin. Matt and Colin Malone. They're twins. Okay, they were good dudes. They just weren't Christians. They had no interest in Christianity. They're still flat earthers to this day, but their mother was on the brink of death. The doctor said, "Hey, I give your mother about 3 weeks to live," and they were beside themselves on what to do. Like they grew up in a very, very close, tight knit family. They absolutely did not want their mother to die, and their mother had about a couple weeks to live. So together as twins, they said, "Hey," they prayed to God, "Hey, if we commit our souls to you, we want you to save our mom." Her mom had cancer or something. I can't remember what she was dying from. I believe it was some sort of cancer. But they committed their lives to God, and they are hardcore Christians. This is about, I want to say about 7 years ago. Okay, I don't know what their mom's name, but they're Matt and Colin Malone.
Don't. You've already told enough about them. We don't want to dox them or anything.
So if you want to look up that, I'm sure there's a medical history behind there. But their mother, zero cancer, 100% zero cancer, went away immediately.
Okay, so Peter,
100% zero. So like 60% of the time it works every time?
I don't know what I mean, I don't know what that means, but their mom was dying.
What it means is when I prayed for my mom, she died. So it doesn't work every time.
I just want to point out, Peter.
I don't know how God picks and chooses. That's not the discussion here. The fact you said, "Hey, where's the miracles?" I know miracles. Yeah, I just gave you two case studies.
No, you don't. You're giving me anecdotes. If I tell you that my Muslim friend prayed so that he would never be an alcoholic again and he's never drank again, you would tell me that was anecdotal. You would not accept that as Allah had done it for him.
I mean, I don't believe that Allah exists.
And I don't believe your God exists. What's the difference? Do you not understand the parallel between those two things? You're saying for 100% fact that this God is the one who healed these people. We have no evidence that they were healed. You have not told me whether this woman ever sought medical help. Most people who have cancer and heal from cancer have already sought out medical treatment. That's how they know they have cancer. And chances are she was already receiving treatment for cancer when they prayed, and then her cancer went away, and then you guys gave glory to God instead of the doctors and nurses who healed her.
W science. Also, Peter, just pause for a second and think about how you're attacking this or thinking
I'm not attacking anyone. But
no, that was a poor choice of words.
She corrected herself. She corrected herself.
Okay. I am speaking. Let me speak. Every time I speak or Crystal speaks, you interrupt. Okay? So just stop it. What I'm trying to tell you is that earlier you said that you You were sure that there were studies. You were sure that there was medical evidence for this. Making that statement is completely different than actually saying, hey, look, here's a link to the study. Do you see that those are two different things? Because the evidence that convinces you is just, well, they said this, so I believe it. Because in my opinion, it's because you want to. For everyone else here, it would be much more impactful and help us to believe if you had the study, if you had the tangible evidence and fact that we could look at with you.
That's not what the banner says. The banner says, what if I'm wrong? I've answered that already. And then you went to, hey, what if Christianity is false?
You're bringing up miracles. So I'm speaking to what you talked about.
Continuing the conversation, Peter. You brought up these things, so we're talking about. Hey, Christ, before Jesus, I have a question for you, sir. Jaron, haven't there been studies done on intercessory prayer and how they don't work?
Yes. In fact, as far as prayer goes, it performs just about the same as just no prayer at all, with the exception being when someone knows that they're being prayed for, they fare worse.
So there are studies. You're right, Peter. There are studies that show that prayer has no better outcome than if you don't pray. And in fact, if somebody knows they are being prayed for, often the outcome is worse.
Yes, because people will be a little bit more lax with their routine or exercise or rehab or medication.
Yeah, because people become more confident in a prayer in what other people like Peter or their mom or their brother are saying in those prayers, instead of taking the medical advice from the medical professionals that are trying to help them save themselves or keep them recovered.
So 2 studies that I found were done in 2006, the STEP study, a significant study funded by the John Templeton Foundation, known as the Study of the Therapeutic Effects of Intercessory Prayer, found no beneficial effect of intercessory prayer on patients undergoing coronary artery bypass graft surgery. Interestingly, patients who knew they were being prayed for experienced more complication than those who did not know.
You know, you have a perfect right to not believe in God, right? I mean, if you don't want to believe in God, you're not required to.
No, I know I don't. I thank you for the permission, though. I appreciate that. I like to talk to people because I like to try to understand.
What if
I was a
If I'm
I was
wrong,
a
it
Christian.
doesn't mean
I
anything.
was a
If
Christian.
I'm right, it changes everything.
It does mean something. If you were wrong, you guys have fucked up humanity for all. Bye.
All right, I muted because I was so tired of him speaking over you. Like, that's rude. You would think you would have better manners. Like, let her finish a sentence. And, you know, it's very clear he was very threatened because he didn't have any facts to bring to the table, so.
Yeah, for sure. Good morning, Jaron. Cyber was up here earlier. How are you doing today? I haven't talked to you in a long time. Or afternoon,
Well,
I guess. It's not morning.
Well, to be honest, I'm actually kind of sick today, which is why I didn't go live. I don't know what it is. I think it might be COVID or something. I have no idea. So I probably won't be going live later because I'm all hopped up on Tylenol right now. But
Ben also has COVID, and my daughter has COVID, so it might be COVID.
Maybe. Yeah,
I'm
but
so sorry. I
either
hope
way.
you feel better.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, it should be fine. I should be back up and running here in a couple days.
Lots and lots of fluids.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. But man, I think a lot of the problem is that I don't actually drink a lot of water throughout the day. I really should, but I don't. You know, I'll go live for like 3 or 4 hours and people watch me, and I never drink any water, and so I got to remind myself to do that more often.
You need a giant container, like one of those where it's got the by 2 p.m. you've drank this many milliliters, you know?
Yeah. Or you could just have a vase sitting next to you like Joel does and drink out of your vase. Have you ever seen Joel drink out of his glass? It looks like a vase. I'm not shitting you.
It's a gargantuan vase.
It is a vase. Hey, I talked to Cyber earlier. I'm going to tell you the same thing. We need to get together. We need to do a Decon Q&A. You were literally my first guest, I think, on Decon Q&A with CrystalJae. And so it's time for you to come back on the show. Whether you guys come back together or separate, that's up to you. But get and DM me and let me know what you have available. Because I want to have you back on the show. You're doing so much more now than you were when we talked last. So I want to update everybody. And we do have a guest. Let's talk to our guest. Hi, Hale. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian and are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18. Yeah, I follow like apostolic Christianity.
Okay, awesome. So today we're asking Christians, what if you're wrong? A lot of time as non-believers, people ask us, what if you're wrong? You're going to go to hell, but if I'm wrong, nothing bad. And to that I say, if Christianity has been wrong this whole time, lots and lots of horrific things have been an outcome, including the misogyny, how we've held back women, the crusades, the unalivement of the indigenous people, and just so much more. What do you think about that?
Well, I guess to kind of, flesh out the position, what are you exactly saying? Who are the Christians exactly? What do you take a Christian to be?
Anybody who calls himself a Christian is a Christian.
How would that follow?
Because Christ said, if you how did he put it? If you confess with your mouth and believe with your heart.
Mm-hmm. What makes that verse authoritative, though? Like, how do you know
Because
that
Christ
verse...
said it, and if you're following Christ, you're literally a Christian.
No, but I'm saying, like,
That's what the word means.
How do you know that scripture itself is authoritative? I'm not a Protestant.
Jesus
I think.
said it.
Yeah, but you're taking it as a sola scriptura view. I don't hold that position.
So you're telling me that Jesus didn't say that, and I don't have to pay attention to that?
It's not about what he said or didn't say. It's about the hermeneutic principle of how you're using
Then
eisegesis.
tell me the hermeneutic principle of that verse. Go ahead and tell me. Explain to me how it doesn't mean that.
The first thing that's why I tried to flesh out what you're meaning when you say Christianity or Christians. Mm-hmm. I don't take everyone that says they're a Christian to be a Christian, just like I wouldn't take a communist that sits on a capitalist board and upholds no tenets, of a communist, but they just claim they are, like online or something. That wouldn't make them a communist. You would agree?
You're
if they
not
don't uphold
explaining the hermeneutics to the text. That's what I want.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
tell me the.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
I don't need all that. Just get to the hermeneutics of the text and how I have it wrong.
You weren't understanding it, so I was trying to explain it. So. What makes someone a Christian in my worldview in the early church is the commitment to the Nicene Creed. It's not just people that say I'm a Christian, because we don't know that how do you know that verse is authoritative? You don't even believe that it's real.
I'm asking you to tell me how I know Romans 10, 9, and 10. Tell me the hermeneutics of those verses. I don't care about all the other
It would be
and what
when
does
it says
that mean?
The confession, what it's talking about there, wouldn't just be simply saying it. You'd actually have to uphold what Christianity is and its commitment to the Nicene Creed and apostolic authority. It wouldn't simply just be saying I'm a Christian.
There was no Nicene Creed when Jesus was alive, so why the fuck?
I never made the claim that there would, because what makes the verse...
So why would I have to hold true to it?
Okay, so what verse are you reading from? What makes it authoritative?
I just told you, Romans 10, 9, and 10.
Yeah, how do you know that Paul's authoritative? Without the early...
think he is authoritative.
Okay, so you don't hold...
You have given me no hermeneutics to explain to me why it's not authoritative.
You don't hold this...
You've only talked in circles around
I'm talking about the canon.
Jaron, maybe you...
What makes the canon authoritative?
I don't know. Maybe
if you listen for a little bit, you would learn something. Do you know what canon law is? Do you know what that means, ma'am?
I'm not going to have you talk to me that way.
Well, you're just getting emotional.
No, I asked Jaron to talk to
you.
You
actually don't know what you're talking. You couldn't answer what a Christian is, and now you're like calling on the man to help you out. You want to have a conversation? You want to learn something today? Do you want to learn something today? Or are you just going to kick me and run away? Do you want to actually learn what real Christianity is?
Am I kicking you? Have I even reached for my
So
phone?
when you say
Did you come out here to crash out?
Yeah, now you're
that what
crashing
you
out.
did?
Now you're talking about the debate. Let's just talk about the subject. You're mad about how my tone is. You want a tone police. I'm telling you about
What?
Nicaea. Do you know what Nicaea is? Do you know what makes
Yes, I
canon?
do.
Okay, what makes canon authoritative? What makes Nicaea authoritative?
I'm not going to do a quiz for you.
Because you don't
today,
know.
Hale. No, Hale.
You just don't know. You don't actually know what
Hale,
real
why don't you
apostolic
let me talk?
Christianity
Is
is.
there a problem with
Because
me
you haven't said
talking?
anything intelligent this whole time.
You have asked me questions and you have let me answer 0 of them. And you
Okay.
just keep bombarding me with them. And that is somebody who is crashing out. I asked you a specific question. You have yet to provide the answer to that
What's the
question.
specific question?
You said that my hermeneutics were wrong on Romans 10, 9, and 10.
I asked you how you knew they
have
were
yet-
right.
I
I
am
asked you
not
how you
done
knew they were
talking.
right, you
Shut
fucking
the
nigger.
fuck up, you fucking bitch.
Shut up,
now
faggot.
you've been blocked.
Shut.
I know I'm supposed to calm
That
down,
was
you guys.
gross.
I know I'm supposed to calm down, but God damn.
I didn't want to jump in because I didn't want you to need a man to.
I know, and I wasn't doing it because you were a man. I thought maybe if he talked to a man, he would calm down. Because sometimes they don't like talking to a woman, you know? And I was like, maybe if Jaron talks, he'll calm down. But clearly he just came up here to be an asshole. Why do they think that that's Christian of them?
We've had so much of that today. It's crazy.
That really is. How is that being a Christian to come up here and use slurs and yell at somebody? Where is the loving Jesus? How does that bring people to their Lord? If you're a Christian and you're listening to this conversation right now, whether you're on YouTube or here in the chat, can you please explain to me how that represents your Christ? Yeah, which canon says to use slurs? Which canon was that says to do that? And then he's the one sitting there saying that those people were not real Christians. And then he said that my hermeneutics were wrong, but he could not explain why my hermeneutics were wrong for
He
those
never
Christians.
answered the actual question.
Yeah, he didn't have an actual argument. You are right, Ben. He did not. You guys, we are going to be live for 15 more minutes. If you are a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible, come on up. If not, I'm going to have a talk with Jaron and Schley here. Until then, Tamar, I said it wrong. Tamar, I have been watching you. I've been seeing you go live. I love what you're doing. And you guys, if you're not following Tamar, do it.
Ooh.
Do it now. Love Tamar. Jared,
I love
one
that.
thing-
Unshattered Hearts and Crafts. That's so cute. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Just
I
following
love
Tamar.
Tamar. They don't think that's Christian. That actually is Christian. Yeah, that's true, Daniel. So one thing is that since we last talked, you go live so much more often, and you have huge crowds that come and listen to you. I am really, really loving the fact that I'm hearing you get more into the Old Testament and things like that too. I'm really enjoying watching your shows, Jared. I actually have requested up once, but I'm gonna come up and join you sometime if you'll have me. I'm really enjoying it.
Of course, yeah. Come on up and chill on the panel, you and Schley. But yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit more into the Old Testament stuff simply because of the fact that the next book where it's in formatting stage right now, and so we're wanting to kind of I guess transition over to talking about other things other than just the New Testament, but still the New Testament is the main focus at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about the next book. In case you guys don't know, Jaron is the author co-author with Matt, his best friend. He also has another best friend, Cyber. I just don't want to get the DMs from Cyber. But Matt and Jaron, they wrote Christ Before Jesus, and he literally over a year ago, he and I did one of my very first interviews of any sort, and we talked about the book. I read the book, we talked about it. I want to tell you, as a person with ADHD and just a high school diploma, it is a lot of information. So get the actual book, okay? I made the mistake at first of getting the audio book, okay? And then an amazing person paid and bought me an autographed copy of Christ Before Jesus. And so I got a copy.
Fancy. You're so fancy.
Yes, I do have a signed copy of Christ Before Jesus. Not trying to brag, but I do, you know, rub elbows with some pretty people up there, you know, authors and shit. And so you will learn so much, but you need either a notebook, you need like some you need like a highlighter, like you're gonna write in this book, okay? Because there's so much information, and I feel like it's so much information in like a compact thing. But what I love, and you know, I think he still feels this way. I know that if you request up on his show, he will answer your questions. If you end up having questions while you're reading along, Jaron makes himself so accessible to answer those questions. And I love that, because I would be like DMing, hey, I have a question about this. And he would say, oh, okay, well, if you read, you know, Tacitus, blah, 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 you know, or whatever. And he would show me where to find things and stuff. And I learned so much. I didn't know that there was a Pliny the Younger or a Pliny the Elder. I didn't know who any of those people were before I met Jaron. So educate yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and now to hear. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Matthew had said some time ago that he wanted our book, and I guess our books now, to be really good reference books for, like, if you have if you're talking to somebody and they say, oh, didn't Tacitus mention Jesus? Or if you're talking to someone about the Old Testament and they say, oh, hey, you know, wasn't this book written in, like, you know, by Moses or something, you know, something like that. We wanted to make it to where the book is easily, like, you can just pick it up, anyone can find that spot and just say, okay, no, here's the quickest, easiest, really efficient answer to that question.
And it is. It's just like sometimes I didn't understand certain things, and there Jaron is like, you know, request up on a live, you can ask a question or DM me, and if I get a chance, I'll answer. And it really helped me understand some of the things that, like, I think one of the things that was a little confusing, and I think Jaron will agree with me on why I didn't really understand it, was the whole Jesus of Nazareth thing. And the reason I didn't understand it was all the different ways they would use, like Nazarene and Nazareth, and you know what I mean? And so it was very confusing to me.
Yeah, the whole Nazarene thing is wild. And I think what we were trying to do at the time is we were trying to highlight just how confusing it actually is, because I guess we tend sometimes, and a lot of obviously Christians do this as well, is we tend to assume that all the gospel writers were on the same page, but they weren't. You know, and some people say, oh, well, they're writing for different audiences. Not necessarily. They're writing their own version of the story, their own take. You know, it might be some different things that they had heard or talked about in their sect of Christianity, so that's what they decided to put down. But because of that, we're going to see big differences in something as simple as the word Nazarene.
Yeah, and there was a lot to understand that, and there was a lot, and I do like how you showed how it was confusing, because it was, you know. But anyway, if you don't have the book, get it. Like somebody just said over on YouTube, the Kindle right now is only $3. It's not like he's sitting here, you know, trying to be a millionaire off of this. The information getting out there, this understanding data science, how it allows us to know a little bit more about the authors from the past. I think it's important information, and I think it should be more mainstream. And the only way it's going to be is when we get the book out there and we let people know. And now they're working on the Old Testament, the Quran, and the Book of Mormon, right?
Yes. There's a little bit of Plato and Homer and Shakespeare in there as well that we touch on, just to kind of show that, hey, this works for other people too, and we're not just going after religions and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, that was one thing that was very interesting to me, because when I interviewed Jaron, I talked to him about, so if you don't know, stalemate is actually a mathematical equation that is used to determine certain things about people's writing. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mathematical process, yes. We use what's called distance formulas, and these distance formulas, they take a look at how many words are being used, and they rank them. It kind of ranks them, and it says this is the most frequently used word. This is the distance between the words, because these are ways telemetry is used in courts. It's used in all kinds of fun applications today. Yeah, it's really fun to kind of point telemetry at the New Testament and all these other religious texts and see what we get.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we talked about it, and I asked him, even, I'm like, have they ever run telemetry on Stephen King, and then when he wrote as, I believe it was Richard Bachman, was that his alias? I think it was. Anyway, did they ever compare those two to see if the telemetry could pick up? And yes, they did. And yes, they were able to tell that it was the same author, even though it was a different time that he wrote it at a different time. He was trying to try a little bit different style, a little bit, to see if people really liked his writing or if it was his name. That's why he did that. He was like, I want to know that people actually enjoy what I write. And telemetry could tell.
Oh yeah, the telemetry is very, very powerful tool, and what's kind of wild is just a little bit of the pushback that we got from different scholars who have talked to us about or mentioned us. And I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of scholars don't like it. It's not that they say it doesn't work, it's that they don't like it, because it's much more black and white than scholars generally try to operate within. Scholars are great. They package a lot of information that has been found and discovered, and they present it in like I said, a scholarly way. But at the end of the day, they give opinions, and they exist within that kind of a gray period or a gray area where you're able to say, hey, this is my opinion on this, this is my opinion on this, and scholars, they'll debate each other and stuff like that. But telemetry just says, nope, that person didn't write it, sorry, and just that's it. There's not really much you can do, and so it's some scholars like Dan McClellan have not taken too kindly to it.
No, I feel like he doesn't understand it, though, and it really bothers me when people of any educational ilk talk about something they don't fully understand. I think it's much more honest. I like it when Justin and Joel and stuff will be talking about something that they don't know, and they will just say that's not my cup of tea. I don't know a lot about that, so I can't speak on that. And it wouldn't be that hard, even if you are Mr. Dan McClellan, to say, I don't really know a lot about telemetry. I haven't really studied that. He had to have somebody else even kind of explain for 2 seconds, and poorly, might I add, what it is. So if you don't know what it is, don't really speak on it.
That would require way less ego, though.
Gotcha.
Yeah. True. And that's not to disparage him. I mean, I still watch the videos and stuff. He still makes some really good content, and smart guy. But I guess whenever it comes up to something that a lot of scholars, I mean, let's be very honest, they kind of view it as something that's could possibly replace them. Kind of like how AI is a scary thing within the job market, because it could possibly replace certain workers. Scholars who take a look at something and give their opinion as to who wrote something, telemetry comes around and just completely it just makes their opinions moot, if you will. it doesn't, so it can be kind of scary. I mean, I get it. I really do. But I would rather see them kind of lean into it and start utilizing it as opposed to just being afraid of it.
And let me make this clear for our audience who's listening out there. This isn't new. Stalemate is not new. It's from the 1800s, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And generally speaking, it's done by hand, but now it's on computers.
Right, now they can use a computer for the mathematics, but it was discovered a long time ago. So we're not asking these people to wrap their head around some kind of newfangled idea, something woo-woo science or something. This has been around a long time, and it's proven itself to 95% accuracy. Is that correct?
Within Greek, we get around about 96 to 98 or so. About 96, I'd say. Within other languages like English and Latin, it's pretty obvious that it's even higher. And what's wild is that about maybe a decade ago, it was assumed, and with the older formulas and everything like that, you needed a lot of data in order to get an accurate run. But since there's been more updates and a lot of new understanding for some of the math behind it, we've been able to get accurate runs with much, much smaller amounts of content. In fact, one of the things that Matthew and I did is we started collecting different quotes or different messages from our friends on like Facebook or something, like some of their quotes or some of their posts or some of their messages to us, some of their texts, that kind of thing. And even with just as little as about 50 words or so, just a few sentences, we're able to get 100% accuracy because we already know who wrote it. And so we were able to run it, and it's wild how accurate it can be, even with small amounts.
That's very well. The stilometry would be like, Crystal says like 4 billion times a minute.
Me too.
I say like so much, but I agree. California people say it a lot. My father hated it so much. We would get in trouble for saying it, but I still say it.
I'm a Texan and I say it.
Do you? I know it because
it bothers me though. I start sentences.
Valley girls said it a lot. Remember back in the day, they would be like, "Oh my God, like totally, like tag me with a spin."
I said that this morning.
Oh my God, you're like so grody to the max. Ew.
Schley, do you say the word y'all?
I do say y'all.
Yeah, I'm from Texas. Well, I've been in Texas since I was a little kid, and I have just refused to say the word y'all unless I'm reading a quote or something. I don't say it.
I tried for a while to switch it to yous guys because I went on a trip and I met some girls and they were from like the north.
Like Baltimore or something.
Yeah.
Like where is that from?
Yous guys.
They said yous guys, but the way they said it, I thought it sounded so cool, and I wanted to be like them because I wanted to be cool. So I tried to adopt yous guys, and I failed miserable. It came back to y'all. Yeah.
I just say you guys.
I say y'all, and I'm not from Texas, but I did live in Kansas for about 15 years, so might have rubbed off on me there, but I do say y'all. Yeah. Jaron, so once you're feeling better, when do you intend to go live again, sir?
It'll probably be, I might be able to kind of get up and running maybe tomorrow evening, maybe Sunday.
All right, awesome. You guys, if you're not following my friend Jaron, Christ Before Jesus, you should be doing so right now. He's an amazing author. He's a nice guy, and he's fucking smart. He's really smart, okay? So, I don't know. I personally like hanging out with smart people because, I don't know, like... I'm not very well read, so I live vicariously through all of you, okay?
Well, thank you for bringing me up. I do have to go, but thank you for bringing me up.
Get better.
And
love you.
And nice to meet you, Schley.
Nice to meet you.
All right, love all you guys. You guys.
Bye. Y'all get better now, Jared.
You hear?
See you later, y'all.
Schley, next week, my son-in-law has jury duty, and I might have to be the chauffeur. So I haven't put anything on the schedule for next week yet, but I might, if we so in California, what you have to do is call the night before, and they let you know whether you have to show up or not. And you have to call for the whole week, every night, to see if you have to show up.
Oh, how fun.
So I won't know until the nighttime whether I'm going to do any lives until the day, but I will DM you, and if you're available, I would love it if you'd come up. I'll probably only do like some conversations with Christians. I will let you guys know Tuesday night whether we're doing non-believers Bible study or not, because if I have to go to the courthouse, I won't be able to do it. I'll let you know like the night before if I'm going live, and if you want to join me, you can as my co-host.
I will do my very best. Next week is my first official week back in the nursing program, so it's going to be a lot. I have my first clinical on Monday, so it's going to be crazy hours, but I do want to make this a priority. I love being here with you, so.
I love having you here with me. It's amazing. And I do have a couple of people that I have already spoke to that on days where you can't make it that want to come up and join me. And I'll reach out to you guys if Schley tells me she can't make it, and we'll bring you up. Mezzo and Joel, they're always welcome up. Cyber and Jaren, they're always welcome to come join us whenever they want. But I do like to kind of keep it a smaller little group. I'm trying to do more of the conversations and I'm trying, you guys, to stay calm. And I realize my neurodivergence does that better when there's less people up here. I can stay calmer. The next time I will be live, you guys, is right after Ass on Sunday. So if you love watching Ass, make sure you tune in, not don't turn into him. If you could turn into him, that would be really cool. I might actually worship a god. But anyway, tune into Schmezzo. My brain got a little sidetracked there. All these people turning into him. Okay, wait. Tune in to Schmezzo on Sunday for Atheist Sunday School. And the last guest did deserve my calm. And I will see you guys around. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for helping me reach my gift goal today. Thank you for the subscribers. Thank you for the shares. Schley, thank you for being amazing. I love you. You're smart, you're funny, and you're beautiful. And you're just amazing. Thank you for always keeping me company, because I feel scared up here by myself, and you help me not feel...
You are helping me with my toe in because I'm terrified of these little boxes. So thanks for having me. Love you.
Good. I'm glad you're here. All right, you guys, I'll see you around the mean streets of TikTok and YouTube. Goodbye, everybody.